Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let go.
And if you ain't know, ask Pharaoh. Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't know, ask Pharaoh. No one is great like Yahuwah. You ain't gon' find no one truer. You think you gon' win, you gon' end up a loser. He repays the faithful just like the abuser. So you can't mandate this. He gave us free will, no man take it. Don't fear the created, cause he was the first. And who Yah bless, no man curse. I am that I am, that's what he told Moshe. Made Yasharel free. You're trying to set us back, no way. You better know Aloha don't play. That's why I'ma stay right in his sight, cause he gave me the breath of life. Don't fear no jab or no knife. I serve the one that said let there be light. Fear no arrow by day or terror by night. 1,000 may fall at my side, 10,000 at my right hand. He's more than a man, he gave us the book with the plan. When only one set of footprints in the sand, know why? Cause he carry me, man. Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't know, ask Pharaoh. Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't know, ask Pharaoh. This one goes straight out to Lido. Seems Yah has hardened your heart, but I guess since it is written, your plans will soon fall apart. Seems like you think you a pharaoh. You've been confused from the start.
Why?
Is it the rainbow or blackface? You seem to be stuck on your script. You are too late cause the curse has been lifted, and I can't stop Yah's ruachs in this. Ramses ain't believe either. My Aloha speaks through the ether. I see for myself, he made me a believer. Yah give the blessing, I'm the receiver. I pray for his mercy and grace, and daily I'm seeking his face. He keeping all of us safe, and you to run nothing, why? You better know your place, cause Yahuwah been on the case. I know that you can't relate. All you've been pushing is hate, but it's all on Yah's time, Yah pace. And he don't answer to you, Mr. Blackface. Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't know, ask Pharaoh. Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
And if you ain't know, ask Pharaoh. I used to get high off the la, now I only wanna reach my Yah. I know that the path is Yahusha. We shed his blood, that's how I'm led, cause he is my king. I fall to his feet, you worshiping bling, I'm worshiping him. His ruach he sends and it flows from within. I gave Yahuwah my consent. He provides everything, that's why I don't aim for no charts. He chose me, I'm set apart. Why he chose me, he knows my heart. Alpha Omega, beginning to end. He's way more than a trend. Yah over everything, please don't pretend. My Aloha, my first love, my friend. My bread, my breath, protected me while I slept. Could never be right if he left. He taught me to walk while I crept. I give thanks for every step. And I just wanna know,
What you wanna know?
why you don't know him yet? Let my people go.
Let 'em go.
Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Yah.
ain't no ass pharaoh. Let my people go. Don't mess with Yahuwah, yo.
Don't play with Jah.
Let my people go. And if you ain't no ass pharaoh.
Blessings.
What you said?
I just blessings.
Okay.
Blessings.
Yes, yeah.
I'll be your blessings. Blessings.
Over and
I
over
just
again.
blessings.
I just
Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be your blessings. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing. I'll be your blessings. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be a blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that's a blessing. I'm a have foot for walk, another blessing. Me na outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessings. Me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessing upon blessing. Blessings. I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessing.
Shalom! Welcome to Messianic Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, Maya is Toto. Hey, Maya is Toto. Toto Rabba, Toto Rabba, Toto Rabba, Yahaya. Toto Rabba, Toto Rabba, Toto Rabba, Yahaya. Praise God!
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh, yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
I am a former Army interrogator, human intelligence collector. I was trained by the United States government to analyze your language, body language, posture to identify deception. I did it in the real world through interrogations, through source operations, and through strategic debriefings. I've got tons of certifications. I'm an expert at this.
You guys get ready to leave out of there, getting towed out.
Yeah.
And then where's Nolan in this situation?
Well, Nolan was, the last time I saw Nolan was 3 o'clock.
Last time he saw Nolan was 3 o'clock. That is critically important information. Right here, he's talking about when his buddy Bart pulls out his buddy Wyatt's boat. So Bart is on one boat and he's pulling out Wyatt's boat. Wyatt's boat is the one that you've heard about was taken on water and sinking, and that's why they had to leave Horn Island. I want you to pay attention to this.
To where we're out of all this, all this chaos, because we left at 4:30 and there was still.
We left at 4:30. We left at 4:30. This guy just said that the last time he saw Nolan was 3 o'clock. Very specific time. Now, how did he know it was 3 o'clock? Brandon Tatum didn't ask him that. If this was an interrogation, that's a key question I would ask. How do you know it was 3 o'clock?
And then where's Nolan in this situation?
Well, Nolan was.
Peace and blessings, everyone. I apologize, a lot of technical difficulties. That's why I started so late. A lot of spiritual warfare, but we here now. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. All right, let's get started. Tonight, we got the exclusive. It just happened. You heard? They speak again. The boys speak to Officer Tatum again. They brought their lawyer with them this time, the Trump lawyer, and Officer Tatum speaks again. Horn Island visit number 2. All right, we got exclusive. We early with this. I had to switch up and change my whole thing. I had a whole nother lesson. But then right when I was finished, I was about to go live, I seen that Officer Tatum was interviewing the boys again. Okay, that was live, and I was like, okay, I got to go back into the library. I got to make a brand new thumbnail. I got to make a brand new title. I got to make a brand new video. I got to grab new video clips. I got to wait until Officer Tatum's interview with the boys, them. I got to wait until that finishes. Then I got to grab it, record it, put it into my editing, grab it, do this, and I make a whole new video all within, so I was scrambling, guys. So I apologize being so late. That's why the music played long at the beginning. That's why I played the other little clip at the beginning. I had to run back and get my battle rag. You heard? Let's get started. Yo, we got some exclusive. We early on the exclusive because the interview just happened about a half an hour ago, an hour ago, or whatever. So I had to grab it and everything. They speak again. Who speak again? Nolan, right? Everybody call them the friends, but you see what I did with the friends, right? The boys speak out, and their lawyer. This dude, he looks pretty mad. He looks pretty upset. So we got exclusives. I got exclusive clips. I got some info. We gonna explain it. We gonna see it. We gonna show it. We got it early. And we got some other exclusives coming tonight. So everybody in the live stream, let me put the link to my brothers and sisters to join me on the screen. Shout out to everybody coming in the building. Y'all nice and early. We about to get to the first video clip of the night. They speaking out again. We about to get to it. We about to expose it. Over 250 in the building already. Let's go. I'm going to put the present, invite guests, copy. All right. Close that. Come back to the chat. Peace and blessings to the chat. Peace and blessings. Let me do Control V. Right? Let everybody in the chat. It's going down. We got some exclusives. I'm going to put this back up a little later. I want y'all to see. Oh, yeah, that wasn't covering too much. Yeah, that wasn't really covering nothing. But yeah, let's go. I'm going to put the chat. Remind me to put the chat back on the screen in a minute, right? Yeah. We about to expose it. They speak again. Okay. The young men speak out again. All right. Y'all ready? We're going to get to the first. All right. Let me let the elder in the building. Peace and blessings to the elder in the building. Shout out to Oakland, California in the building. Let's get started. They speak again. We're going to go to the first video clip of the night. Let me grab it. Since it's over 200 of us here, let's get right to it. All right. So I'm going to grab this one. Which one I'm going to do first? Oh, that's right. I got a new one that just downloaded. Oh, that's right. I'm still making, because guys, I had to throw it into the editing machine. I had to edit it up. Now it was still downloading. So that one just finished. Let me see. Did it finish? Where you at? Let me see. I got to go back and then go forward and it should pop up. Which one? Yep. There you go. Let me make sure I got audio. Just praise the Most High. Let's make sure we got some audio for the clip. Just to make sure. Yeah, we got audio. All right, praise the Most High. This was work on the fly. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Go ahead, Akim.
It's Mariah's Earth birth today.
All right, give me a second. I'll get to it. Give me a second. Now you just made me forget what I was talking about. I was talking about something, but anyway, let me grab the clip. Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. So let me grab the clip and pull it in, right? Pull it in, bang, grab it here, grab the clip, right? Because I was editing live tonight on the fly. I'm going to pull that up right here. All right, there we go. So now let's get to the first video clip of the night. Now, who you said, Hakiyama? Whose birthday? Marawa Ya? Happy Earth birth, Marawa Ya. All right. Tell me again in a minute. Let's get through the intro, and then when we get to a chill out part of the night, then you remind me, and I'll give a proper happy Earth birth. All right, but we early. I need to get this going because I know I started really late. So happy Earth birth to you. I'll find out who it is in a little later. Don't forget Hakiyama to remind me who Earth birth, so I'll give them a proper happy Earth birth. All right. Peace and blessings. All right, let's go. So I'm going to go to the first video clip of the night. We might as well get right into it. This is the Officer Tatum interview clip, and then I got more exclusives coming, right? So this, let me come back to y'all, right? Let me go to stop share, all right? Let me go to share screen. Bang. Bang. I call it Tatum and the boys, all right? Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We are reacting to this video. This just happened right now. The boys went back and they spoke out again in the Nolan Wells case, and they bought their lawyer. Yep, they bought their lawyer to Officer Tatum, Officer Tampon's show, and it is what it is. I just call a spade like a spade. They bought their lawyer, and this is the Trump lawyer. This is the big bad dude, the dude who's, he bad. He outside. That lawyer's outside. So let's see what they got to say. Copyright disclaimers in effect. Let's go, everybody. Here we go.
Obviously, before this happened, I would assume you're living a regular life, young guys being in college, having a typical experience. Then you lose your friend.
I think, ever since it happened, my life.
I can't let that slide. I'm sorry. I just can't let that. I'm going to get to it. I just can't let that slide. So there you go. I don't know. This generation is way too, too touchy-feely. It's just too much, right? Y'all in the hot tub. Y'all touching on, you know, your body is all rubbing, and when you're in a hot tub, you hot and sweaty, and it's just too much. Guys, young generation, what's my generation Z? My generation Z soldiers, men and women. Well, I got to talk to the brothers, because y'all got that. No, we don't do all this touchy-feely stuff. It's way too much sweaty man stuff, too much man on man stuff. You know what I mean? I know, I'm sorry. I just got to point it out. It's just little stuff is obvious when you're an elder. All right, but let's continue. I know, like, you're not. No, I'm not tripping. That's why everybody doing the little Baphomet bounce with the little booty rectum crap going on all over the world, right? Because they think the elders who called out this mess, we was doing too much. Nah, y'all doing too much. All right, let's continue.
Obviously, before this happened, I would assume you're living a regular life, young guys being in college, having a typical experience, then you lose your friend.
I think like ever since it happened, my life just like hit like a hole. Like even going out, we're always paranoid somebody's gonna see us, get spotted, try to beat us up potentially, or even worse.
You just met these young men more recently. And are you confident that these young men had nothing to do with it?
All right. Officer Tatum with the drama. Whoosh. Right? He got the drama going on, right? So here we go. Peace and blessings to everybody in the building, everybody coming in. This is the drama, So there you go. So you got Morgan, Seymour is there, Jax is there, Warren is there, and Edward is there. So if y'all don't want us to know who they are, then why would you put their names over them? Because I sure enough wouldn't have known who these two was. I know who Warren is because we seen Warren, but I didn't know that I thought this was one of the boys, the lawyer dude, right? So anyway, all right. So now we know that that's Morgan, and that Seymour name. Y'all know I did that on another live stream. That's a strong, powerful name in Mississippi. You know what I mean? Because the original Gulf Coast, they call it founder, but I call it colonizer, was a Seymour. So that name runs deep. That name got money. That name got power behind it, right? So, all right. So then we know about Jax, right? Okay. So anyway, and they got their lawyer with them. All right, let's continue. So this is it, right? They lawyered up with the attorney who repped Trump, right? So he got his fitty cap on. He looked like a thug. He looking thuggish, right? right? Don't he look like a thug? You look real angry, but it is what it is. I ain't defaming you. We just calling out what we see, right? I ain't got no money for you anyway, so you can sue all. You can do what you want, right? You don't scare me, but whatever. You know what I mean? I ain't defaming you. We just saying, you look real thuggish, thuggish. Right? I ain't saying you a thug, just saying you look thuggish. They say I look like a thug, and I'm a whole minister. I'm a whole man of the Most High. I'm righteous. I don't even curse. I don't cheat, lie, steal. I don't smoke no weed. I don't drink. I don't even cuss out my mouth. And they say I look like a thug. So get out your feelings. All right, let's continue. You look like you outside. But see all this. Anyway, let me continue. All this touchy-feely stuff, y'all, it's way too much huggy and touchy, and I don't know, bro. It's too much of that. But all right, let's continue. I'm gonna let it play now. All right, peace to everybody coming in the building.
Having a typical experience, then you lose your friend.
I think like ever since it happened, my life just like hit like a hole. Like even going out, we're always paranoid somebody's gonna see us, get spotted, try to beat us up potentially, or even worse.
You just met these young men more recently. And are you confident that these young men had nothing to do with it? We have Ed Paltzik, Warren, Jax, and then we have Morgan here. And so I talked to Warren last time I was here. We had a really deep conversation, and I'm glad that we were able to get other perspectives now that we have Ed here. Ed is a defamation attorney. And I want to start with you, Ed. Why did you choose to work with the boys What is your plan? What do you expect to get out of working with them? What's your expectations when it comes to defamation?
Well, I think an injustice in one place is an injustice everywhere. I hate lying. I care about the truth, but most of all, it's the actual people who are involved here. So first of all, I just want to say Tyler Cox really welcomed me here. My co-counsel, he's an incredible human being and he's an incredible attorney. And then after that, I had an opportunity to meet these incredible young men. And I just got to say, these guys are unbelievable. Warren, Jackson, Morgan, they're just beautiful people. They're really decent human beings. They're just great people. And, you know, that's why I'm here, because I want to help great people. And this is a very sad situation, but it's also a very human situation. And it's a tragedy.
So you guys have, you know, obviously before this happened, I would assume you're living a regular life, young guys being in college, you know, having a typical experience. Then you lose your friend, Nolan. And after that, what has life been like for you guys?
I think like ever since it happened, my life just like hit like a hole.
Okay, so Mr. Seymour speaks for the first time. I wouldn't even know his name. They put his name over the thing. So Mr. Seymour speaks. Let's see what Mr. Seymour has to say. All right, everybody? We ain't accusing nobody. We just want to see all the touching, but we just want to see what he has to say. Let's go.
You lose your friend, Nolan. And after that, what has life been like for you guys?
I think like ever since it happened, my life just like hit like a hole. Like it just stopped. And I mean, we just got to live day by day from now on. I could say definitely a whole flip upside.
Jax speaks. We finally get to hear from some of the people who were on the boats and who were around Nolan before he disappeared. All right, we finally get to hear from them. So we heard from Mr. Seymour. Now we're hearing from Mr. Jax, Mr. Patalo. All right, let's see what Jax got to say.
And I mean, we just got to live day by day from now on. I could say definitely a whole flip upside down for our lives. It's like even going out, you know, we're always paranoid somebody's going to see us, get spotted, try to beat us up potentially, or even worse. We're really just trying to stay low key and not go out as much or anything like that.
Now, an interesting dynamic. I'm just pointing stuff out. We're just pointing out things. He says, we're being noticed. We're being seen. We're just trying to stay low key and not be seen. So you go on a national, international YouTube channel with millions of subscribers, where millions of people are going to see your face, but you're trying not to be seen. To me, that makes no sense at all. I'm trying not to be seen because, you know, people are noticing me where I go. So I'm going to come on the screen, right? Because I wouldn't have had no idea what he even looked like or sound like. I wouldn't even know who they was if they didn't put the names over the people, right? So now, does that make any sense to anybody? That doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry. But anyway, let's continue. All right? Let's just continue.
We're really just trying to stay low key and not go out as much or anything like that.
We're trying to stay low key, so we right here on your show to be shown in front of more and more millions of people, but we're trying to stay low key.
It's like even going out, you know, we're always paranoid somebody's going to see us, get spotted, try to beat us up potentially, or even worse. We're really just trying to stay low key and not go out as much or anything like that. Yeah.
It's been hard because my friends and I are people. I mean, we like to be out and hang out outside of our friend group, you know, and not being able to like go certain places or, you know, walk around in public because our head's always on a swivel. It's really affected all of us. I mean, especially in like my family's standpoint. my safety comes first. My friends and family safety come first too. And it's been really hard because I'm worried about like my family as well with me, and it's hard, but you know, we're just going day by day and just trying to get through every day, you know.
Can you give me some examples of what has happened? Have you guys had things happen online, threats online? Have you guys have any examples of people accosting you or anything like that?
Oh yeah, we have had countless death threats online. Been spotted. I'll let you elaborate more on that. Being spotted.
Nobody should be getting any death threats. There shouldn't be a thing. There should be an active investigation of the Nolan Wells case, but there should be nobody threatening anybody, nobody harming anybody. None of that should exist on either side, right? So you see, you got your jelly bellies that already came here, these trolls, right? Talking about the black people, y'all are just disgusting, and y'all are just this, and y'all are just that, and you blacks, you are, we understand. We get it, Mr. Jelly Bellies. We get it, right? You're so peaceful in your soul, right? But only thing we're talking about is we trying to get facts in the case. We're trying to understand the facts of the case, and we're not just believing whatever the Mississippi authorities feed us, because they have a history and a track record of lies and deceits and cover-ups. Right? That's all this is. And this is all nations of people that want to know the truth. You understand? Then you got some of all nations of people want to know the truth. Then you got some of all nations of people that don't care about the truth. They just want their narrative to be right. But some of us, we are not discerning this by no color of skin or nothing. We're discerning this by trying to understand the facts of the case and seeing so many things being covered up. Don't get mad because we ain't taking the bamboozle. We ain't taking the hoodwink. You understand? But these young men's lives should never be threatened. You understand? They should never be harassed. Same way as Nolan Wells' parents should never be threatened, and they should never be harassed. But I see some people have no problem with that. They're bashing Nolan Wells' mom all over the internet. They're saying all this stuff, but everybody, you want a pity party for others. Nobody should be harassed. That's why in this ministry, we teach righteousness to the children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people. So you're going to miss us with all your bigotry, all your hatred, all your envy, all your jelly belly, whatever you have. You understand? You're in the wrong channel, in the wrong space for that. Because we are children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people right here. We got so-called blacks, so-called whites, so-called Hispanics, so-called Asians, so-called East Indians, so-called people from all over the world. And we gather together in spirit and in truth and righteousness. You heard? And we going to call out all unrighteousness. I don't care what color it is. We going to call out the black iggers. We going to call out the white iggers. We going to call out the Hispanic iggers. We going to call out all iggers. The East Indian iggers. Iggers, ignorant people, we going to call it out. That part. So if you in your little jelly belly and you just hate black people because you want to be a big super bigot, super jealous, super envious, whatever, then man, the Most High will be done over your life. Go get you some healing. you need some repentance. You heard? Go get you some healing. All right, let's continue with the case. These young men's lives should not be threatened. Thank you so much for Sister Kelly for the super sticker. Thank you so much for the super sticker. All right. Let's continue. Now we got that out the way for the great racist jelly bellies who gonna come over here, all the trolls. All right, now let's continue with the regularly scheduled program. All right, here we go.
Countless death threats online.
Like that.
Oh yeah, we have had.
And have you guys had things happen online, threats online? Have you guys have any examples of people accosting you or anything like that?
Oh yeah, we have had countless death threats online. Been spotted. I'll let you elaborate more on that. Being spotted.
I mean, people have obviously just pointed us out. I mean, as a group and even on a one-on-one setting, I think it's really just like awkward because I don't want to talk about this, and I know my friends don't want to talk about this any more than we need to. You know, we're still mourning one of our best friends' death, and it's hard to speak about it when, you know, like sometimes we just need some alone time, or sometimes we just need to, you know, lay back and not be around all this. And I mean, I've been called out in public, and I haven't been in public that much. I know my friends have had encounters in public. The threats have been insane from, you know, my stepmom and my dad, my mom, just everyone included, like even my brothers and my sisters. And it's just hard. I mean, it's unbelievable where like this has been taken to and the level where this is at.
When you say you've been called out in public, can you give me an example of like, what do you mean? People are threatening you with weapons? People are, you know, not allowing you, deny you service? Because I heard that Trayston, he went to a corner store and they told him his money is not good there. They wouldn't even let him buy Gatorade.
Yeah.
Are you experiencing things like that or something totally different?
Right. I wouldn't say like that. I think I haven't been denied, you know, anything, but like Trayston, it's hard to hear from a good friend of mine that he's getting denied a Gatorade and a Red Bull before work.
I'm not laughing. So they deny. Now Trayston, everybody, he's the one that's mixed, right? He's the one that's black and mixed. I guess he's black and white mixed or whatever, right? And, you know, he's the one that said, you know, there's no racism in Mississippi, right? He said, this is not about race. There's no racism in Mississippi. And now Warren Officer Tatum just said Trayston was the one not getting service. It sounds like 1960s Mississippi to me. Shout out to everybody in the building, over 400 on the live stream. Don't that sound familiar? It sounds like Trayston got a little wake-up call, right? So you hear Warren say, no, I never got denied any service when I went out. So Trayston was at the Woolworth counter trying to get some food, and they said we don't serve. Right? And I don't care if it's black people doing it. Prejudice and bigotry and racism is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because Officer Tatum, he a whole black, right? Raccoon. So you can miss me whatever color, but it's very interesting that Trayston is the one that's getting denied services, right? That's crazy work. Right? All right, but anyway, let's continue. Just pointing out little obvious things, right? Here we go. So Officer Tatum said Trayston was the one that ain't getting no service, right? They got a colored interest around the back for Trayston. Yous needs to go around that Negro need to go around the back. This Mississippi ball. Told you wrong, Trayston. Wake up. Let's continue.
You know, not allowing you, deny you service? Because I heard that Trayston, he went to a corner store and they told him his money is not good there. They wouldn't even let him buy Gatorade.
Yeah.
Are you experiencing things like that or something totally different?
Right. I wouldn't say like that. I think I haven't been denied, you know, anything, but like Trayston, it's hard to hear from a good friend of mine that he's getting denied a Gatorade and a Red Bull before work and having to, like, he calls me and he's like, dude, you won't believe what just happened. He got called out at Walmart. Someone called him out at Walmart and was like asking him all these questions and trying to press him about it. And it's crazy to me. Like, you know, we live in a very tight community, and for people to, you know, push back and say these things when they know what Ocean Springs is like, it's really hard. And I mean, I haven't had many personal encounters, but I know being around the guys and stuff like that, they have, so.
And Ed, as an attorney that's representing these boys, I mean, what does that make you feel like? You know, do you feel like you got a good case here, or, you know, what's your perspective in that? Because, you know, people are online and obviously they know who you are. Obviously they know you represented Donald Trump in some pretty high profile cases. And so now that you've joined, or at least now you work for the young men here, you hear them say things like they've been accosted, they've been, you know, threatened online. Does that make your case a greater case, or How do you work within what's happening to these young men?
Well, unfortunately, I wish there was no case. I wish this hadn't happened. But unfortunately, because these things did happen, there is a case, and now there's multiple cases. And I'm going to tell you something. If you're out there and you lied about these guys, you lied about my guys, you lied about Tyler's guys here, if you lied about Morgan, if you lied about Jax, if you lied about Warren, we're going to get you. And you're going to be hauled into court. You're going to be held accountable. And it's going to be very painful. And what I would say to the people who have done that is, now's your chance. If you want to apologize and retract before you find yourself in court, you should probably do that now.
Yeah, he's a tough guy. He said, we're going to get you. If you said anything against my boys, that's what he said, my boys here, you did anything, we going to get you. And it's going to be painful. Does that constitute a threat? I don't know the law. Do we got any lawyers in the building? Does that constitute a threat? He just said we gonna get you and it's gonna be painful. I'm like, pain? That sounds like I don't need nothing painful, right? But anyway, they really trying to scare. Boy, they're shaking in the boots. I'm shaking in my boots, right? They really trying to scare people right here, right? So he is a tough one. That's why I see now why he looked like the thug. He got his fitty cap on. He came in, he like, I'm gonna show y'all I'm ready to, right? Forget the suit and tie, right? This was supposed to be the lawyer, right? He showed up like he ready to go play ball or something. Huh? All right, but anyway, let's continue, right? He's a tough one. He said, it's gonna be painful. Gonna drag your butt into court. Okay? All right, let's continue.
And you're gonna be hauled into court. And I'm gonna tell you something. If you're out there and you lied about these guys, you lied about my guys, you lied about Tyler's guys here, if you lied about Morgan, if you lied about Jax, if you lied about Warren, we're gonna get you. And you're gonna be hauled into court. You're going to be held accountable, and it's going to be very painful. And what I would say to the people who have done that is, now's your chance. If you want to apologize and retract before you find yourself in court, you should probably do that now. Because if you don't do that, once you're in court, now you just can't leave. You won't be able to get out of it. And we're not going to name names because there's some other folks who are doing that, and we want to be better than that. And I want to emphasize this, right? We're not here to guess. We're not here to speculate. We're only going to deal in facts, right? And here's the most important thing, right? We don't know how Nolan Wells died. No one here is saying we know. But what we do know is Morgan, Jax, and Warren had nothing whatsoever to do with Nolan Wells' death. And that's what's important. And unfortunately, because there are people who want to divide a town and come in from the outside and tell people what to think and pit neighbor against neighbor, it compounds the tragedy. It magnifies the tragedy. And I just want to say this. Here's why it's an even bigger tragedy. Because my friends here, Morgan, Jax, and Warren, these guys are not just the finest that Ocean Springs has to offer, finest that Mississippi has to offer. These are the finest young men that America has to offer. Really great people. And Tyler.
Okay. So everyone's entitled to their opinion, right? Right? Opinions are like a-holes. Everyone got one. Usually poops comes out, right? But everybody's entitled. So he just said, these are the finest young men that America has to offer. Definitely an opinion. All right? It is what it is. Y'all take that. Whatever this dude says, he's a really tough cookie. He's a tough lawyer. He's not playing no games, right? So he says, not only is this the finest Mississippi got, this is the finest that America got, okay? I ain't heard nothing about Nolan Wells yet. See, that part that be killing me. I ain't heard not one RIP. I ain't heard not one thing, all right? Well, let's continue. Let's continue. These are the finest that America got to offer.
Has to offer. Jax and Warren. These guys are not just the finest that Ocean Springs has to offer, finest that Mississippi has to offer. These are the finest young men that America has to offer. Really great people. And Tyler actually taught me good Ocean Springs people. That was one of the first things I heard when I got here. So I'll just say that they're good Ocean Springs people.
Sorry to interrupt.
Okay, now I got one little opinion to state here. He just made this statement about how, how wonderful, how magnificent, how this is the best that America has to offer. But everybody, he only known them for about a week or two. Bro, you didn't know them a couple of weeks ago. So you mean to tell me you can meet somebody for 1 week and you know that they are just a squeaky clean, just the most shining, right? Come on, bro. That's a little bit over the top. You understand? I understand you represent your clients, right? Your clients come first and all that. You want to make sure that your clients are shown in a positive light, but all the extra, all the extra violins and trumpets and this is the greatest America ever has to offer. Okay, you just met him, bro. So, all right, stop it. Let's continue.
Good Ocean Springs people. Is my friends here, Morgan, Jax, and Warren. These guys are not just the finest that Ocean Springs has to offer, finest that Mississippi has to offer. These are the finest young men that America has to offer. Really great people. And Tyler actually taught me good Ocean Springs people. That was one of the first things I heard when I got here. So I'll just say that they're good Ocean Springs people.
Sorry to interrupt. I know you're enjoying this incredible interview. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button and also join our membership program. Let's get back to the interview. And
thank you, Lala Go Harder, for your donation. I humbly receive. Thank you so much.
How confident are you? Because you just met these young men more recently. And are you confident that these young men had...
See, that was the point I just made. Officer Tatum just said, how confident are you? You just met these young men recently. So that right there, come on, guys. Anybody that got discernment, no, you can't judge a person's character like that to assess how great an individual they are and you just met them, right? And because, guys, you can't even, real life story. You marry somebody, you understand? Or you just date somebody, you get to see the representative. You understand? Oh, you need a good, a year, you need 6 to 8 months to a year. That's why the Most High had courtship, to really get past the representative that people represent themselves when you first meet them. You understand? To get to the tutor of the root of the tutor, who the person really is. And the way that you get to the real character of individuals is you need to go through some type of conflict with the individual. You understand? Because everybody's all cool and everything when everything is rosy. For those who have relationships, might have been married to some, y'all know what I'm talking about, brothers and sisters, right? Men and women. I'm talking about for every nation, kindred, tongue. Somebody talk to me. Some adults here talk to me, right? Because they want to talk. I don't know what they trying to spin. But you can't judge a character of an individual, even the person that you. That's why the Most High had courtship. That's why you need to get to know a person before you try to lock yourself into a relationship. You need to actually test the waters, right? You need to throw in some little trial and tribulation. See how they act when they get offended, right? The Bible says offenses will come, right? So if the Bible tell us offenses will come throughout our life, then you need to find out what people are when they get offended. You understand? Because people can show a good face when everything is all good and rosy. Let a person get offended, all of a sudden you be like, whoa, oh, cowboy. You be like, okay, note to self. This whole energy just changed on the person. That's when you see that spirit take over a person and they go from this and they go shing, right? The shining start to take over a person, right? You be like, hold up, right? You hear they tone, their eyes, everything turn, right? Next thing you know, they turn like the exorcist. You been to say something wrong, the head turn like this. You're like, you rang. You're like, oh, shooky now. Thank you for letting me know what's in there, because there be spirits inhabiting people. You understand? This is called spiritual warfare. Devils inhabit and possess people, and they hide. They go dormant down in, right? People have multiple personality disorders and stuff. You hear me? So you're going to have to miss me with telling me you know somebody and you can judge and they're the most greatest thing since sliced bread and you only knew them for a week. Boy, please. Take several seats. All right? So let's continue. Shout out to Bilal. Shout out to everybody over on Facebook. All right? Let's continue.
Make sure you hit the like and subscribe button and also join our membership program. Let's get back to the interview. And how confident are you? Because you just met these young men more recently. And are you confident that these young men had nothing to do with it?
Confidence not a strong enough word. In fact, beyond a reasonable doubt is not strong enough. There's a 0% chance that they did anything wrong. So this is not 90%. It's not 99%. It's not 99.9999. There's no decimals. There's no anything. It's 100%. 100.000%. Nothing.
Yo, this is crazy. I cannot believe that this is really happening right now. As this big bad lawyer dude, right? You big bad super lawyer dude, right? I mean, what? What we doing? Reacting to the video you just made. You went on live stream. He just said it is 0%, over 100%. Hold on, let me put it back. They've been looking at him like, huh? You's a real believer, huh? Right? That's how y'all know that ain't nothing but cap, right? That's crazy work. The case didn't even, he a lawyer, that's what he's supposed to say, right? Now, if you're paying a lawyer, and now he costs a big penny, that some say he charged about 200 G's, right? Now, if I'm paying you 200 G's, G, right? 200 G's, G, I need you to be saying all that, right? This is a clip that all y'all need to do when you hire a lawyer, right? If you need a lawyer, praise the Most High for those who trying to be righteous. You don't get into no mess, but you know, mess comes, trouble can find you, right? And if you find yourself in need of a lawyer, you clip this part of my live stream, right? Clip this part of the video and play what he said. And you need to tell your lawyer, this what you need to be, dude. When we in the courtroom, I need to be hearing you say all this, okay? Right? You ain't know me but 2 days. You know me for 3 days, but this is what I need you to be saying regarding my case. All right, now listen to what he said one more time.
Well, doubt is not strong.
Hold on. Tatum said.
And are you confident that these young men had nothing to do with it?
Confidence not a strong enough word. In fact, beyond a reasonable doubt is not strong enough. There's a 0% chance that they did anything wrong.
Beyond reasonable doubt, not strong enough. 0% chance. I mean, that doesn't even make sense legally. That doesn't make sense legally. Look how they looking at him. They're like, oh, shooky, yo. Go ahead, boy. Zero. How you know, bro? The case ain't been solved. You don't know that. Okay? But anyway, let's continue. He said, beyond reasonable doubt.
Reasonable doubt is not strong enough. There's a 0% chance that they did anything wrong. So this is not 90%. It's not 99%. It's not 99.9999. There's no decimals. There's no anything. It's 100%. 100.000%. Nothing. They did nothing.
He just said there's no decimals. And y'all hear it, right? He says not 99.99999. No decimals. Nothing. No murk. Right? No jelly, nothing, no decimals. Then he goes on to say it's 100.000. Then he just added decimals. Make up your mind, bro. Make up your mind, bro. All right, let's continue. He just said no mark, no jelly, nothing. Right? He just said no packet with the noodles. But let's continue.
999. There's no decimals. There's no anything. So
no decimals,
0% chance that they did anything wrong. So this is not 90%. It's not 99%. It's not 99.9999. There's no decimals. There's no anything. It's 100%. 100.000%, nothing. They did nothing wrong. And that's the problem for our opponents here, who have ruined their lives, dragged them through the mud, and attacked them. You don't get to lie. We have the First Amendment. We love our First Amendment, but you don't get to lie and hurt people. You want to lie and it doesn't hurt people? Fine. You lie.
No, ain't no fine. Sorry, well, he a lawyer. He gets to lie because they lie for a living, right? See, I agree. You ain't supposed to lie and you ain't supposed to hurt people. You don't say if you want to lie and it doesn't hurt people. No, lie is sin. Sorry, but the lawyers, they don't care. But I care. We care. Righteous is what covers you. You understand? So no, you don't get to lie and say it doesn't hurt nobody. Wrong again, Mr. Lawyer Dude, Mr. Billy Bad Butt. He ain't playing, right? All right, let's continue. I don't agree with that.
Get to lie. We have the First Amendment. 0.000%, nothing. They did nothing wrong. And that's the problem for our opponents here, who have ruined their lives, dragged them through the mud, and attacked them. You don't get to lie. We have the First Amendment. We love our First Amendment, but you don't get to lie and hurt people. You want to lie and it doesn't hurt people? Fine. You lie and you hurt people. That's why we have defamation. And that's what this is about. So I just want to emphasize this in the strongest possible terms. Zero wrongdoing, completely innocent, totally innocent, and categorically innocent.
And you guys...
Boy, he just got that rehearsed. Zero, totally innocent, 100%, categorically, emphatically, indubitably. Right? I'm like, okay, I need you for my lawyer. I gotta get up 200 G's, Jay. Y'all donate so I can get up 200 G's, Jay. Right? I need that dude on retainer in case any mess happen. You know what I mean? I got the Most High. That's my real lawyer. You know what I mean? But the world can throw you eggs. The world throw you lemons, boy. You gotta make some lemonade, right? We gotta be in this world, but not of the world. So there's things that'll come at you. So, Leslie, I need this dude indubitably. Right? I need 200 G's, Jay. Need to hire this dude. He got your back, your whole back, and nothing but your back. That's what I need. Need a little bit of that, bro. He got his fitting cap on and all that. Let's go, bro. Let's go.
Totally innocent and categorically innocent. Completely innocent. I want to emphasize this in the strongest possible terms. Zero wrongdoing. Completely innocent. Totally innocent and categorically innocent.
And you guys have had experiences.
Yashia, you stupid. She said expeditiously, like T.I. He got T.I. in his bones. He said they're expeditiously innocent. Ubiquitously innocent. Right? I'm like, okay, boy. Let me go. Let me stop being foolio. Let's continue.
Totally innocent and categorically innocent.
And you guys have
emphasized this in the strongest possible terms. Zero wrongdoing, completely innocent, totally innocent, and categorically innocent.
And you guys have had experiences with either people threatening you online. I know that, Warren, we talked about this before, and we talked a little, or at least spoke a little bit about when you go out, you guys are getting accosted by people. Can you give us an example of, or at least tell the audience an example of an incident where you guys may have been accosted, or what does that look like when you go out? People threaten you with weapons, or people trying to physically harm you, or people having to be restrained? What kind of engagement is happening when you guys go out?
We went to a restaurant, a couple of buddies of mine, and when we were, I wouldn't say threatening with weapons or anything, but I felt, and I know my friends felt, threat for our lives. I mean, I don't think there was like a fear factor, but at the same time, like it's awkward in public, like I stated, like when we have to talk about these things. But we went to a restaurant and
hold on, Warren. Hold on, Warren. You just said two different things, bro. You just said we felt I felt threat. Let me play it back. I'm sorry. You Warren be getting me sometime, right? I'm like, Warren, hold up. Did you just
Awkward in public lives.
People having to be restrained. What kind of engagement is happening when you guys go out?
So may no one harm these young men. They should not be threatened. They should not be harmed. They should not be accosted. They should have the freedom right to go out and because they're not under arrest. At least not yet, right? The case has to play out, and hopefully justice be done under the Most High in spirit and in truth. And if anybody's found guilty, then may the law, the law of justice work its system. May the system work what it's supposed to do, right, over anyone. Now, but until they get what you call convicted, then they are actually innocent. That's just the law. I don't care what nobody thinks. Until in America, they're still innocent until convicted. Unfortunately, for a lot of us blacks, we guilty until proven innocent. It's a little different for the blackly blacks, but we used to it. It is what it is. Don't make it okay. We're just used to it. We're not innocent until proven guilty. We're guilty until proven innocent. But for the white brothers and sisters, y'all are blessed in America. Y'all are innocent until proven guilty. That's a fact. So they shouldn't be harassed, they shouldn't be threatened, and they should not be harmed at all. All right? So now, Officer Tatum said they're saying that they're being threatened and they're being harassed when they go out. Now, Warren's about to explain some situations where I guess he's felt threatened.
We went to a restaurant, a couple of buddies of mine, and when we were, I wouldn't say threatening with weapons or anything, but I felt.
So now he gave a first disclaimer. We went to a restaurant, a couple of buddies of mine, and I wouldn't say we were threatened with any weapons or anything. So now he's letting you know that the threat he feels, the people have no weapons. Let's continue.
And I know my friends felt threat for our lives. I mean, I don't think.
He said, and I know hold on. He said they didn't have weapons, but I know my friends felt threats for their lives. All right. So anyway, let's continue.
But I felt, and I know we were, I wouldn't say threatening with weapons or anything, but I felt, and I know my friends felt threat for our lives. I mean, I don't think there was like a fear factor, but at the same time,
we felt threat for our lives, but I don't think there was a fear factor. Huh? So there was no fear factor, there was no weapons, but you felt threatened for your life? That doesn't make sense, guys. That's two conflicting statements, two contradicting statements. That doesn't make sense. All right? But anyway, this is why, honestly, the more that they go out and speak, the more damage I think they're doing to themselves. Because it's just, I think they're too young. And, at 18 and stuff, they don't really, I don't know, bro. Every time they speak, they're making it worse, bro. But anyway, so again, he just said, there was no fear factor and no weapons, but you felt threatened for your life. So how would you feel threatened for your life if there was no fear factor? That doesn't make sense. But let's continue.
I wouldn't say threat.
Engagement is happening when you guys go out.
We went to a restaurant, a couple of buddies of mine, and when we were, I wouldn't say threatening with weapons or anything, but I felt, and I know my friends felt threat for our lives. I mean, I don't think there was like a fear factor, but at the same time, like it's awkward in public. Like I stated, like when we have to talk about these things, but we went to a restaurant and someone came up to me and was like, "Is this you?" And I was kind of like shaken up about it. Well, at first she asked like my name and like all these questions. And I was like, okay, whatever, she's just coming up to talk. Well, then she came up to me again and showed me our first interview and was like, "Are you sure this isn't you?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, that's me, like obviously." And she kind of just, I looked at my buddy and I was like, yeah, we're leaving, like close everything out, like we're going. And I left, and there was an altercation after I left with some of my buddies that weren't involved in this at all. And they told my friends that they were going to kill them and they wanted to fight and all this like crazy stuff. I mean, I wasn't there, but my friends told me this, that.
There you go again. I wasn't there. He did that before in the first interview. Spoke a lot of instances that he wasn't there. He wasn't at it. But then he spoke what someone told him. All right? So anyway, so that was the situation. I guess a girl came up to him and asked him, was he the one in the interview? And, you can get spooked out by that, but that's what happens when you become a celebrity. So the fact that you go back on the show to be seen in for more millions of people, you're just going to get more and more famous to the point where anywhere you go, Google celebrity life and understand you lose anonymity when you become a celebrated entity. Okay, when you put yourself all over, all over the news and all over, you lose anonymity, right? And then you can get people you don't know who's a threat or not, right? You get all type of people want to take pictures with your people. Aren't you this person? And you don't know what really their ulterior motive is. So you do got to be on guard and your head on swivel, but that's what happens when you go public like this. You understand? That's why Rohan said the only one who seems to be smart not to put himself in the public was Bart. Unless the next interview Bart come up on there, Bart is the smartest so far, one of them, because Bart is like, listen, I'm not about to put my face all over everywhere, right? Very smart. But anyway, let's continue.
Some of my buddies that weren't involved isn't you. And I was like, well, yeah, that's me, like obviously. And I was like, okay, whatever, she's just coming up to talk. Well, then she came up to me again and showed me our first interview and was like, are you sure this isn't you? And I was like, well, yeah, that's me, like obviously. And she kind of just, I looked at my buddy and I was like, yeah, we're leaving, like close everything out, like we're going. And I left, and there was an altercation after I left with some of my buddies that weren't involved in this at all. And they told my friends that they were going to kill them and they wanted to fight and all this like crazy stuff. I mean, I wasn't there, but my friends told me this, that what the people were saying to them was like totally just crazy.
So you hear what he just said? He left. There was an altercation with some other guys who wasn't involved with this case at all. And they got into an altercation and the people, they was threatening their lives and stuff. But you just said they ain't got nothing to do with the case. So, people fight before Nolan was unalived, when y'all was on Horn Island, your little brother Warren got punched in his face. He got into a fight. Trayston was talking to his girlfriend in the water, having a little disagreement, and someone tried to start a fight with him. There were fights on the island, a bunch of them, before he was even unalive. So people who you said your friends who had nothing to do with the case and they get into a fight, what does that have to do with you? But again, let's continue. And again, nobody should be doing violence against no one else. Everything should be able to be civilly discoursed and discussed, right? But a lot of people are unhinged. You understand? We don't believe in violence. Nobody should bring physical harm to no one else, barring defending yourself. In self-defense, you can defend yourself against physical threats and harm, but no one should be instigating threats and harm against no one else. That is a crime in America, and that is sin towards the Most High.
One of them was like totally, and they told my friends that they were going to kill them and they wanted to fight. I left, and there was an altercation after I left with some of my buddies that weren't involved in this at all. And they told my friends that they were going to kill them and they wanted to fight and all this like crazy stuff. I mean, I wasn't there, but my friends told me this, that what the people were saying to them was like totally just crazy. Like, I mean, there was people like that were, you know, outside of this telling us like, hey, you need to leave before something happens because I know what could go down right now. And like, I know that these people are crazy. So, I mean, we all felt, we were kind of shaken up about that. It was weird because it was our first encounter as a group.
I wish they could be a little bit more specific. He like these people, other people outside of them, I guess, and the rest were telling them you need to leave because these people are crazy. Who is these people, right? Remember, guys, they're in Mississippi. All right. So they're in Biloxi, Ocean Springs, and, you know, Jackson County or whatever. Right. So who are these crazy people that are just out there, just, you know, in Mississippi? Like, you need to be specific. You know what I mean? Because, again, he's doing a lot of this secondhand stuff. Right. They said the craziest things, but you wasn't there. So you're hearing somebody tell you something and you're quoting something else, secondhand information. As if it's actual facts. Come on, Miss Hartsfield, give us a name. Give us, you know, these people. Who are these people, right? Are these, what nationality are these people, right? Because they leave in a lot of room for assumption. You see? Yeah, a bunch of hearsay, right? And they leave in, because, you know, it will have you think that it's black people accosting them, right or wrong. Right? Because, you know, he like these people and, you know, these people are dangerous and this and that. And it's like, okay, was this, you know, when he said the girl came up to him, was she a white girl or was she a black girl? Was she a Hispanic girl? Was she Asian? Was she fallen angel? Was she an alien? Right? Was she reptilian? Did she shapeshift? Like, you need a little more details, bro. Right? To give understanding and facts and stop leaving to make general assumptions. And that's very dangerous, right? When you leave people to assume. You understand? So anyway, let's continue.
And I think it happens because I know what could go down, plus like crazy stuff. And there was an altercation after I left with some of my buddies that weren't involved in this at all. And they told my friends that they were going to kill them and they wanted to fight and all this like crazy stuff. I mean, I wasn't there, but my friends told me this, that what the people were saying to them was like totally just crazy. Like, I mean, there was people like that were, you know, outside of this telling us like, hey, you need to leave before something happens because I know what could go down right now. And like, I know that these people are crazy. So, I mean, we all felt, we were kind of shaken up about that. It was weird because it was our first encounter as a group. And I think it's also.
Listen what he just said. We were all just shaken up about that. And he said he wasn't there, guys. So do you hear it? He literally just said we were all just shaken up about that because it was our first encounter as a group. But you just said you wasn't there. See? This is that's what Officer Tatum's supposed to be doing, right? Officer Tampon, but Officer Tampon don't care. He's just going to, you know, they're there to push an agenda, right? They're not there to ask investigative questions. You don't sit there and you got a lawyer by his side. You don't sit there and let him make these open blank statements and contradict himself, right? And you just said that you wasn't there. Now you just lumped yourself and said you was there.
We were kind of shaken up about that. It was weird because it was our first encounter as a group. And I think it's also like just crazy that people will like look at you in the eye.
Now, remember he said that was his first encounter as a group. Because, you know, he's going to contradict himself later in further interviews, right? So remember that one, all right? Note that one.
They'll kill you because crazy that people will like, it was weird because it was our first encounter as a group. And I think it's also like just crazy that people will like look at you in the eye and tell you they'll kill you because they believe you killed your best friend and you have nothing to do with it.
And Morgan and Jax, were you guys there?
Yes, we were there.
I was there.
I didn't hear the part where they said they were going to kill him and stuff, but I did.
Go ahead, Jax. Go ahead, Jax. Make sure I would tell these young men, make sure you tell the truth. Even when one of your boys is adding in stuff in the storyline, you better be very careful, because if this actually goes to to court and stuff, and you actually get put on the stand, everything you say can and will be held against you in a court of law. You hear me? So Warren just sat up there. He said he wasn't there, right? He literally said he wasn't there. Then he put himself, now says, this is our first encounter as a group. And we were there. And then Jocks, he said, was y'all there? And so Jocks and Morgan said, yeah, we were actually there. And then Jocks said, well, I didn't hear nobody threaten out loud. Ooh. So that meant everything Warren just said was what, guys? Come on. Come on. So if Jocks was actually there, right? So everything Warren said was not the truth. Okay, Mr. Lawyer Man that said, if you tell a lie, you're going to drag you into court. Well, now you need to drag them into court. Warren just told a lie, and I'm hurt by the lie. My feelings are hurt. I'm just playing. But see, this is the thing. Jack's smart enough to say, I didn't hear whatever he just said. I didn't hear that. Okay, let's continue. Boy, this gets good. I know, you see how Warren looking at him, Trina? Warren looking at him like, you, Igor, what in the world? But anyway, let's continue.
They're going to kill him and stuff, but I did hear whenever she came, people will like look at you that were, outside of this telling us like, hey, you need to leave before something happens because I know what could go down right now. And like, I know that these people are crazy. So, I mean, we all felt, we were kind of shaken up about that. It was weird because it was our first encounter as a group. And I think
look how Jax is looking. Now that I know, you could tell Warren be lying anyway, but now that you can hear, look how Jax is looking down. You know what that look is, guys? You see how he's not looking at him? That look is, this dude is lying. He think I'm about to sit up here. I am not. Jackson's sitting up there like, you know what? I'm about to clear that part right up because I was there and that is not about to come back against me. That's why he's looking straight ahead.
Also, like, just crazy that people will like look at you in the eye and tell you they'll kill you because they believe you killed your best friend and you have nothing to do with it.
And Morgan and Jax, were you guys there?
Yes, we were there.
I was there.
I didn't hear the part where they said they were going to kill him and stuff, but I did hear whenever she came up to him originally, she was like, hey, you have like TikTok or anything like that? Your face looks really familiar. And he was like, no, I don't have TikTok, anything like that. And she was like, oh, okay. And then walked off and then came back with, like you said, the first interview on her phone and showing him. She's like, so this isn't you. Either you have a doppelganger or this is you. And he was like, well, yeah, that's me. And then we got the check and we bounced and we were waiting. So
Jax just said, now listen clearly, Warren just made this whole big, they're gonna unalive you, said they'll look you in the eyes and said, we'll kill you and threats, and we were all shaking in the boots. And Jax said, I was there. I ain't hear nobody, listen, say they gonna kill nobody, right? He said, but what I did hear and see was a girl come up to Warren and ask him, do you got TikTok or something? Because you look familiar, right? And he said, no. And then right? And she's like, okay, well, maybe. And then she comes back and like, is that you on the Officer Tatum? Now, she could have been, you get groupies. She could have been a fan. She could have wanted to smash or something. I'm not saying he's supposed to smash, right? But I'm just saying, right? You see how and then he made it and he was so scared. Remember, he said there was no fear factor. There was no weapons. There was no this. There was a girl. Who was the girl? See, that's the part. I would say, excuse me, was this girl black? Because why would you feel threatened? Okay, was she ugly or something? No disrespect, y'all, to nobody ugly or nothing. No, I don't even like saying the word ugly. I don't like that, right? Everybody is attractive to somebody else, right? So maybe she wasn't your type. That's the way I should say that, right? I don't like that ugly stuff. I honestly don't like that word, right? So now some people's spirits are ugly. You see, some people are ugly in their spirit, but as far as physical looks, everybody got their taste, right? All right, so anyway, now, was she not your cup of tea? Did she not float your boat, Warren? All right? Or was she blackity black? was she a sister? Did she have gold teeth and a yellow and purple and green weave? Did she have a couple of gold fronts in the mouth and was like, yo, homie, is this you? Did she come up with some black Air Force Ones on? Right? You heard? With the multicolored weave and the gold fronts. Did she have tattoos on her face? Did she have a teardrop on her eye? Right? And she came up and said, yo, homie, is this you? Right? Now, then I can see, right? That's why we need details. You give me that, I can ride with you on. I could be like, okay, yeah, I would have been scared too, right? I would have been like, look around. You heard? I'd have been looking, was she a 304 or a 405 or a 212? Like, what was she? You hear me? So that the details matter, guys. You understand? Or was she a pretty little thing? Was she a pretty little thing, soft spoken? Excuse me, is this you? Right? We need to know, okay? That's the details of everything. The devil's in the details. All right, so Jax is calling out his foolish mess. Jax ain't having it. Call it out, Jax.
Yeah, that's me. And then your face looks really familiar. And he was like,
look, and you see how Jax is just as calm? Look, now listen, everybody, listen to Jax's demeanor. Listen how he's describing it. He ain't say that she was belligerent. He ain't say that she was a trashy, a ghetto. He was like, is this you? Right? The way Jackson's talking, I'm like, man, she sounded like she was, a fan. Y'all gonna have him approaching y'all too, because now y'all gonna be famous.
She was like, hey, you have like TikTok or anything like that? Your face looks really familiar. And he was like, no, I don't have TikTok or anything like that. And she was like, oh, okay. And then walked off and then came back with, like you said, the first interview on her phone and showing him. She's like, so this isn't you. Either you have a doppelganger or this is you. And he was like, well, yeah, that's me. And then we got the check and we bounced and we were waiting outside for.
And she said, is that you? He said, yeah, it's me. And they said, check, please. And we got the check and we left. Wow. Shaking in my boots. Like that was the most dangerous thing in the world. Right? That's crazy. It's like, man, who is she? Call the lawyer dude on her. All right, let's continue. So then they left.
And we got the check and we bounced and we were waiting outside for everybody else to get out of there. And while we're waiting outside is whenever some of our other buddies that aren't even on social media that we were just there with was getting told that other people are going to kill them and all that kind of stuff.
So how did that make you guys feel?
But he just said he didn't hit it. Here go more. He said, then while they was outside waiting, some of their other buddies who ain't got nothing to do with the case and nothing to do with it, they got told that somebody was going to kill them, but he said he didn't hear it. So if you didn't hear it, you can't repeat something that you didn't hear. You didn't witness that. Okay? That is not the truth. That is hearsay.
Other people are going to kill some of our other buddies that aren't even on social media that we were just there with was getting told that other people are going to kill them and all that kind of stuff.
So how did that make you?
Okay, I'm not saying that didn't happen. What I mean is if you didn't witness it, then you can't quote it as fact because you didn't hear it. He just said that. So stop quoting something you didn't hear.
That's Phil. Did you think they were serious? Did you think it was just people trying to make a?
All right, now listen to Tater Tot. Now y'all know Officer Tater Tot, he ain't the sharpest knife in the deck, right? In the drawer. He ain't too bright, right? Honestly. So Officer Tater Tot, now he's gonna ask them, how did they feel when Jockster said he didn't hear nobody say it? Warren wasn't even there. So now he's gonna ask them, how did they feel? All right, here we go.
People are going to kill them and all that kind of stuff.
So how did that make you guys feel when you, I mean, did you think they were serious? Did you think it was just people trying to make a name for themselves by confronting you in front of others? Like, what was your take on that, Morgan?
I think it was just like, I was in the general area of where,
I'm sorry to keep stopping it, but did y'all hear what just happened? Officer Tatum, literally, he don't hear too clearly. Literally, they just said that nobody, they didn't hear nobody. Warren wasn't there. Jax was there. He didn't hear nobody say they're going to KILL nobody, right? And now Officer Tatum just goes with the line of questioning like they heard that. And how did that make you feel? But they didn't hear it. How you going to make up this imaginary story? Now, Morgan's going to say he was there. Now let's hear what he says. Did he hear it? Because we know Warren wasn't there, so he didn't hear it. Jack said he was there, and he didn't hear nobody say KILL. Then later he said that he heard that someone said that they said it. And now let's see what Morgan says.
Our buddies was...
Take on that, Morgan.
I think it was...
Did you think they were serious?
People are going to kill them and all that kind of stuff.
So how did that make you guys feel when you, I mean, did you think they were serious? Did you think it was just people trying to make a name for themselves by confronting you in front of others? Like, what was your take on that, Morgan?
I think it was just like, I was in the general area of where one of our buddies was, where this altercation happened. And I actually got into a conversation with a fellow next to me that wasn't even involved. And he told me straight up, he was like, if I was y'all right now, I would leave before y'all.
Here go another one. He wasn't there. You heard what he just said? I was in the general area. Oh, so this is insanity what we listening to. They are literally telling a story that Warren wasn't there, that Jack said he was there. He didn't hear nobody say that it was KILL nobody. And then Morgan, and then he turned around and repeated that somebody said it. Then Morgan says he was in the general area. So he wasn't there either. So what are y'all talking about? What are we doing now? What are we doing right here? This is the best y'all got. This is the threat. Everybody, what you're listening to is you keep hearing them saying the threat. They, when they go out, they threaten for their lives and everything. So this is the story that they have to put together to make a threat. Ain't nobody threatened them, literally, with the story. It's crazy. So now Morgan say he was in the general area, and someone that was next to him said, I think y'all need to leave. So he wasn't there either. But let's see what he says. Let's see how he tries to tie this in. The threat that Warren said there was no fear factor. There was no weapons, no threat, wow.
He told me straight altercation.
By confronting you in front of others, like what was your take on that, Morgan?
I think it was just like, I was in the general area of where one of our buddies was, where this altercation happened. And I actually got into a conversation with a fellow next to me that wasn't even involved. And he told me straight up, he was like, if I was y'all right now, I would leave before y'all get hurt. Y'all need to leave right now. I'm just watching out for y'all and making sure y'all are safe. And I mean, I wouldn't say that those people would have physically done something in that moment, but I think they were playing like almost like a mental game, like just to get into your head and just.
Here we go. I wouldn't say that those people would have actually done anything. Everybody, when you're actually in a situation where your life is threatened, like Warren started it off, when he said, my life was threatened. Everybody listen. There is no sentence where you'll say, well, I didn't think the people would have actually did anything to us, right? Jack said, I didn't hear nobody say they were going to KILL. A girl just came up and asked, right? So where is the threat for your life at? So it's like they're making a statement, but then they're making disclaimers to say nobody threatened us. There was no fear factor, Warren said. Morgan said, I don't think nobody would have did anything to us. So what are we doing? What are y'all talking about then? Lawyer dude, come on, lawyer dude. Come on. All right, let's continue. This is crazy.
Y'all right now, I would leave before y'all get hurt. Y'all need to leave right now. I'm just watching out for y'all and making sure y'all are safe. And I mean, I wouldn't say that those people would have physically done something in that moment, but I think they were playing like almost like a mental game, like just to get into your head and just almost like make yourself like just think these things that obviously are not true.
If you can go back to the very beginning of this.
So Morgan said he didn't feel threatened at all, basically. That's what that sums up to. I didn't think these people would have did anything to me. Basically just getting in my head to make us feel. Okay, so anyway, that was just a whole hot ball of nothingness. That's crazy. They just told a whole story of nothing to see here.
True.
If you can go back to the very beginning of this, how do you think this should have played out? Because I always question in my mind that when I go back, I look at what happened, I look at the initial stories with Nolan, and you guys knew him, right? I didn't know him. I know none of you guys.
R.I.P. to Nolan Wells, because you ain't going to get that through this whole interview, none of these interviews. So we got to remember to say that R.I.P. to the young man, Nolan Wells. Let's continue.
I had a chance to meet you guys more recently. You guys knew him, right? I question in my mind that when I go back, I look at what happened, I look at the initial stories with Nolan, and you guys knew him, right? I didn't know him. I know none of you guys. I just had a chance to meet you guys more recently. But how do you think this should have gone if you could control the environment? Nolan is found deceased.
Hold on. Officer Tatum said he don't know none of them. Everybody, y'all know nothing go past me. Officer Tatum said, I don't know none of y'all. I just met y'all. But Officer Tatum met them before the lawyer bad boy over here, right? lawyer badass, pardon my language, right? But he clearly said, I don't know y'all. Let's continue. That's the point I was making earlier. But the lawyer, he's supposed to say that, so he's doing his job. Lawyer bad, but he on the game. He's trying to earn that $200,000, if that's how much he charged.
But and you guys knew him, right? I didn't know him. I know none of you guys. I just had a chance to meet you guys more recently. But how do you think this should have gone if you could control the environment? Nolan is found deceased. How do you guys think that this should have been put out to the world?
So first off, I wish that none of this would ever happen. I wish Nolan could still be here with us today. And I wish that, like I said, none of this would ever happen. Like I wish that all this could be erased and Nolan could be here tomorrow. I mean, that's more than anything. But other than that, I feel like his mom blasting us on social media from the get-go, saying that he was out there with Warren and another guy. That's where it first started to take off. And then also the fact that she posted a picture of me and Morgan and another guy and Nolan on the boat together, blasting that out there, pushing this narrative, kind of, I guess.
So they just went right after the mom. That was interesting. That was shots fired, right? That was definitely shots fired. They just went right after Christina. They're like, listen, She the one who started all this, right? But understand, there was an incident retrieving the phone. There was an incident retrieving the keys. There was a taking down of the social media sites and all this type of stuff. So blame the mom that wants to find out what's happening to her baby when her so-called best friends are lawyered up and, going ghost mode, right? They immediately went ghost mode, right? Because I can guarantee you, if you were side by side with her searching for him, then there would be no speculation that you might have had some involvement in some messiness. You understand? Because if it was my best friend, I would have been right there with his mom and dad. We'd have been going to Horny Island. We'd have been going to Butt Island. We'd have been going to Timbuktu. We would have been at, what's her name? Ava's house. We'd have been at, what's the other girl name? The one that they said they left him with. We'd have been at her house. We'd have been at Drake's grandpa's house. We've been at all of the boat docks. We'd have been checking all the cameras. Where's the camera footage? We've been checking Ring doorbells. We used to play Dixie doorbells when we was little in the 80s and the 90s in New York City. Yeah, Katie's house. We'd have been at Katie's house. We'd have been at Ava's house. We'd have been at everybody's house. Brielle house, Bria house. Understand? We'd have been talking to who Warren was talking to, the dad upstairs, talking about both. We'd have been there together. We'd have been at that dude that looked in the pool party, the old looking dude in the pool, right? We'd have been like, who this old dude? He looked like he's 40 years old. What are you doing with y'all in the pool, right? On June 27th. We'd have been at everybody's house. I'd have been side to side with Christine and her dad looking for my homie. So it wouldn't be no accusations against you. There would be no messiness because I would be trying to find him just as much as his parents are. So for them to shoot shots fired at the mama, that's crazy work, bro. That's crazy work. All right, let's go back. I ain't expect that one. I ain't know he was gonna come out of. He went shots fired to the mama. How you gonna? A grieving mother, bro. Boy, let's continue.
Warren and blasting us on social media that all this could be erased and Nolan could be here tomorrow. I mean, that's more than anything. But other than that, I feel like his mom blasting us on social media from the get-go, saying that he was out there with Warren and another guy.
Well, he was. So she wasn't supposed to say, well, this is who he was last seen with. This is who they are. I don't know where they are, right? So what's she supposed to do? Nothing?
That's where it first started to take off. And then also the fact that she posted a picture of me and Morgan and another guy and Nolan on the boat together, blasting that out there, pushing this narrative, kind of, I guess. I wish that would have never happened either. And I don't think if those would have never happened, a lot of this stuff wouldn't have been as viral or.
I agree with that statement, Young Jacks. If his mother wouldn't have put out who he was last saw with, when he was last saw with them on the boat, nobody would know anything. You're correct. There would be nobody looking into nothing because the sheriff Ledbetter said there was no foul play. You guys had already went dark. You already lawyered up. You already took your social media stuff down and stuff, right? So, right, you're correct. There will be nothing to see here. It will be another case that a medical examiner of Mississippi, Stacy Turner, would have labeled drowning, no foul play, nothing to see here, no murk, no jelly, nothing. That would have been it. Same thing they doing to Tazia, same thing they doing to Troy Reed, same thing they doing to all of them. all of the cases of people being unalived, and they say, no foul play. They strained themselves up on the tree. You understand? They had to get a ladder to get the noose down from the tree. But the person, so he's correct. There would be nothing to see here if the mom didn't try to find out what happened to her child and put out who he was last seen with. That's called investigative discovery, trying to investigate the facts, the details, because she was getting no assistance and no help from the so-called people, so-called friends, the people he was last seen with. Let's continue.
On all over a lot of this stuff wouldn't have been as narrative, kind of, I guess. I wish that would have never happened either. And I don't think those would have never happened. A lot of this stuff wouldn't have been as viral or gone all over the country at this point. I mean, this is a countrywide news story that is just blown out of proportion. And the fact that it was our best friend and it's not what people are saying it is what hurts the most. I mean, that was our brother. I mean, straight up. That's what I told his dad the night that he came over to my house. He was like, blah, blah, saying something. I was like, dude, that was my brother. Like, and you know that. He knows that. We were picking him up every single day. He never drove. I can't tell you how many times I pulled up in his driveway and picked him up. And it wasn't him asking. It was just because that's what we did. We just picked up Nolan all the time. That's how he, came about to all the stuff that we were going to. We'd go and pick him up.
Well, I understand that, but why does the dad story of picking up the keys conflict with your story, right? Your story is, no, he was my best friend. We love him. We did everything. But the dad said they had to jump through hoops to get the keys. Another girl had to call from outside to state that the keys are on top of the Xbox. You understand? To get come on. So it's like, again, the statement is if there wasn't people prying and doing so much trying to find out stuff, then it would be nothing to see here. I agree with that. Shout out to everybody on Facebook. I didn't even know I posted to Facebook. How is it on? Oh, it went live without me making that's good. I'm sitting up there like, hi, people on Facebook. Shout out to Bilal, Trayvon, Cynthia Greeley, Sister Cynthia, and Eliza Yah over on Facebook. Sorry, I didn't mean to say your whole name. All right. Shout out to everybody on Facebook. I was about to say, because I was rushing to get this up and I wasn't able to put the other one on Facebook, the pre thing, but okay, so that's good. I'm live on Facebook too. I didn't realize. All right, let's continue. So the dad's story conflicts with your story, Jax. The dad said he had a hard time getting the keys, but let's continue.
All the stuff that we were going to, we'd go and pick him up. Came about to all the stuff that we were going to, we'd go and pick him up. And it wasn't him asking, it was just because that's drove. I can't tell you how many times I pulled up in his driveway and picked him up. And it wasn't him asking, it was just because that's what we did. We just picked up Nolan all the time. That's how he, came about to all the stuff that we were going to. We'd go and pick him up. That's how much we like to be around him. We would do stuff like that all the time,
Well, first off, I wish we would have never, I think about this every day. I wish we would have never went out on the 4th of July because I know this wouldn't have happened. Nolan wouldn't be gone. And it's really hard to think about because it's like, I wish I would have done this different or I wish I would have done that different because now one of my brothers wanted to passed away. But I think from the beginning, I'm glad that I called the Coast Guard and I'm glad that we came together as a group, even from the first day when people started texting us things, saying, crazy things. But I wish it wouldn't have been reported as some type of race thing. I think it's really bad that people are pushing the narrative, oh, this is a race thing. Well, obviously it's not. I mean, this is like a brother to us. I mean, Nolan's no different than anyone else in our group. And I just wish this wasn't pushed on the media as oh, this is a bunch of white guys that killed a black guy, or this is, you know, like in the beginning, it was like 4 guys went to a stranded island and dumped Nolan at the island and just left him there. Like even from the beginning, it was just like this thing, and no one had facts, and they were just pushing this horrible narrative, all lies about everyone, and it's sick. So I wish that would have been completely different. I'm glad I called the Coast Guard. I'm glad I made the first contact within all of this. I'm glad I was the first one that called Christine Wells that night and told her that we haven't heard from her son. And I'm glad that I did all of that, but I hate the way this has been perceived by the media and portrayed. This has like been absolutely horrible with the way and the things that they've said to us and done. But other than that, I mean, there's not much I would change from my point of view and my friend's point of view. I think we did everything right, and I know we did nothing wrong.
I also want to say, I think it's so criminal that they took something so anti-racist and flipped it into something super racist. Like they took, this is the definition of anti-racism. I mean, that we did not look at no.
I'm sorry, that made me laugh a little bit. This is just the epitome of anti-racist, and it's like, but y'all don't know how but I thought y'all don't know how he died. The point I'm trying to make, guys, is for everybody who's saying they don't know how he died, how do you know it wasn't racist? How do you know that a bunch of racist Asians didn't catch him on the island after you guys left, right? With his phone, and he was stranded on the island because Katie said he ain't go with her, and a bunch of crazy Asians just said, right? A bunch of Indians, you know, a bunch of, let me try to think, a bunch of Amazonian jungle men popped out on the island and said, right? And just grabbed them, and they unalived them, and they barbecued them and roasted them. No, I'm not, RIP. I can't make jokes of that. I apologize. I repent. I repent. I apologize. Let me reel it back in. Even though I was doing a funny premise, how did you not know? If you don't know how he was unalived, then how can you say it wasn't race? You don't know. That's the part. So I would have asked him, okay, so then how did you think he just drowned and nothing was involved? You don't know. All right, let's continue. All right. Shell says she's an ignorant fool. Shell, you're not an ignorant fool. Don't call yourself ignorant. That's not good. You're not ignorant. You're great as he that is within you. All right. Get righteous, Shell. You be all right.
Racist and flipped it into something everything right. I know media and portrayed. This has like been absolutely horrible with the way and the things.
I've been ignoring the trolls. Please, guys, give a like to the live stream so others can know we live. I forgot to say that. Please, for those who please give a like. Please, I know, I never say it, but it helps the algorithm for people to know we live. All right, let's continue. And I got something else coming. We got some exclusives coming.
And portrayed. This has like been absolutely horrible with the way and the things that they've said to us, media. And I'm glad that I did all of this. I'm glad I was the first one that called Christine Wells that night and told her that we haven't heard from her son. And I'm glad that I did all of that, but I hate the way this has been perceived by the media and portrayed. This has like been absolutely horrible with the way and the things that they've said to us and done. But other than that, I mean, there's not much I would change from my point of view and my friend's point of view. I think we did everything right, and I know we did nothing wrong. I also want to say, I think it's so criminal that they took something so anti-racist and flipped it into something super racist. Like they took, this is the definition of anti-racism. I mean, that we did not look at Nolan any different than I looked at him, or even you. You know, this is literally our brother. I mean, like we stated, we did not treat him any different. We didn't treat Trayson any different. We don't treat Trayson any different. And they just flipped it. And I just think that is so wild that they're pushing this.
And I think that's a good thing. The problem, young men, is what you guys did after he was missing. See, they don't understand where people are seeing some shadiness. It's your actions, not your words. Do you understand? We are to know them by their fruit, the Bible says. Know a person by their deeds and actions, not just what they say. So I know that everyone wants us to just go by what people say and ignore what they're doing. What we are seeing, the people who are trying to objectively look at the scenario, the situation, this case, we are objectively looking at the actions that happened after he was missing. The boat trips, the stops, the missing footage of all the cameras are all over Horn Island, Biloxi, Ocean Springs, Pleasantville. All the cameras, all the ring cameras, all the camera footage, everything is shady, bro. So we don't care what you're saying. When we're looking at your actions, your ways, your actions, your deeds, the Bible says you know them by their fruit. What you do, we are discerning your motives, your actions. Do you understand? That looks guilty to a lot of us. It looks shady. It looks like people who do things when they're trying to hide something. This is what investigates, what police do. You understand? This is what they do all day. And this is what lawyers try to make sure that you cover your actions. So you can't get mad at people looking and saying you moving kind of shady. You moving, the way that y'all moving is giving off clues. You're looking crazy outside. You understand? That's why less is more. It would have been better not to speak in these interviews, because the more that you speak, the more that you're looking crazy. Y'all just sat up there and Warren just told a lie. Y'all just sat up there and made this whole scenario about y'all was threatened for your life, and then through the whole story, you just painted out that there was no threat. Huh? So again, it's your actions, young man. But I understand they're too young to understand that. So that's what got the mom and them thinking shadiness is going on. It's because how you were acting after their son was immediately missing. You see? It's the CTO call. It's the call from your grandfather to the captain of the sea, right? No, we don't need a Coast Guard, to all these different actions. It's just, it's shady. And people are trying to put the pieces to the puzzle together. That's what happens. All right, let's continue.
Any different? We don't treat Trayson any different. This is literally our brother. I mean, like we stated, we did not treat him any different. We didn't treat Trayson any different. We don't treat Trayson any different. And they just flipped it. And I just think that is so wild that they're pushing this thing that they're saying, oh, they want to end racism and all this stuff. Well, they're the one pushing it. They're pushing the racism. And I just think that's kind of crazy.
Morgan, what's your thoughts on this? How does it affect you?
First I want to say wish this would have never happened. I wish Nolan would still be here with us today. And but in my opinion, I think that the media, they shouldn't have pushed a narrative from so early. I think that they should have let the local officials do their job, let them release statements, and then.
But that was the problem, young Morgan. The local officials came out and released a statement immediately and said, no foul play detected. they still haven't released the autopsy. You understand? It was already being ruled a drowning without no evidence, without no investigation, without nothing. You see? So again, this all sounds good, right? It sounds like good talking points.
A narrative from so early. In my opinion, I think that the media, they shouldn't have pushed a narrative from so early. I think that they should have let the local officials do their job, let them release statements, and then, I mean, the media is obviously going to see that and then do whatever they do. But that's what I mean. I trust the local officials.
Ed, with
shout out to my sister A. Sandoval. A. Sandoval said they never sound sad like they lost a friend. I was going to make a statement, guys. I was going to say, do people cry anymore? Right? Because I'm like, I don't know. It's like people don't cry anymore? Because I ain't seen a tear. I ain't seen a boo-hoo. I ain't seen nothing. Nothing. No mark at all. I'm like, do people not cry when you lose your friend? And remember, he was all a best friend. Y'all remember, right? So Tristan is his best friend. Warren, he's the best friend. I've never seen somebody with so many best friends in my life. See, again, that stuff is shady. How you gonna have 7 people saying he was my best friend? So you are 7 people best friend? Life don't really work like that, guys. Come on, bro. This sounds crazy. So you all a best friend and ain't nobody got no tears. Ain't nobody got no, right? It's like they didn't even search for their best friend that's crazy. All right, anyway, let's continue.
Media is obviously going to see that and then do whatever they do. Let them release statements. And then, I mean, the media is obviously going to see that and then do whatever they do. But that's what I mean. I trust the local officials.
Ed, with what has transpired, how does that dictate your response? Because you have a 30,000 foot view of all of this stuff, right? You see the way that it could have went. And you see that there's people that instigated the narrative that's out there now. And as a, defamation attorney, how does this navigate your tactics?
Sure. And I want to be clear about something. Tonight, I'm not going to give any particular person any more oxygen than they may have already sucked up. But I will say this. What's been said about Morgan, Jax, and Warren, I'm not going to call them untruths or half-truths or falsehoods. I'm going to call it what it is, lies. So the first thing that's really important here is we're dealing with lies and liars. We're dealing with profiteers. We're dealing with...
Well, your client just lied right here live on this show, but let's continue.
Hustlers. And one thing that I've seen since I got here is that Ocean Springs, Mississippi, is a really beautiful place. And the region is very beautiful. It's one of the most beautiful places in the country. And there is just no question. The death of Nolan Wells is a horrendous tragedy. But for the tragedy to then be magnified after his death for no reason other than profit is a disgrace, or what we would call a shanda. And I had the opportunity to go to Horn Island today with Tyler and Warren and Jax. And a lot of people who have been sucking up way more oxygen than their entire...
So, a defamation lawyer, thank you, Adorable, who getting about $200,000 for the case, right? He want to call out people profiting. Now, the crazy thing is him and the other lawyers and the boys went back to the island. Now, I don't know the law, So we're just trying to understand scenarios. Everybody, y'all help me, because y'all might be a little smarter than me, right? These young men who were last seen with Nolan, who the attorneys for the parents and some of the public think might have something to do with his missing, right? I'm guessing the authorities in Mississippi have not made them suspects. Let me explain. But in the world I come from as a so-called black man in America, I'm automatically a suspect. If I was on the boat and somebody didn't come back and I was the last one seen with them, I'll probably be in jail. I'm interrogated. I'm more than a suspect. You understand? That's just my reality. But I understand so that certain other people don't have that same reality. But the point I'm trying to make is, if there is what you call that doubt, or if there is what's they call that word where you might have a suspicion that you might have something to do with this case, guys, if they say Horn Island was the place where they found the body, and the place where they say it's the crime scene, how should they be able to keep going back to the crime scene? That, I don't know, bro. I guess because they're not suspects, right? I guess because, right? But it's like, that's the scene of the crime and it's under investigation and y'all able to keep going back there? It's just weird to me. Like I said, I don't know the law like that. That's just a weird scenario. This whole thing is just Weirdoville, bro. It's just, so anyway, let's continue. So, superstar bad butt lawyer dude, you know, he got something to say. Let's hear him.
Warren and Jax. And a lot of people who have been sucking up way more oxygen.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Who said that? Mojo Kin said, it has not been determined that there was a crime, but there's speculation that there was, right? So you're right. It hasn't been conclusively stated, but the point, Mojo, well, you're correct in that. You're talking legally, so you're totally correct. So they would have the right to go back and forth no matter what. But that's the point that some are making, because there is enough of evidence being presented all through ever since the case first happened to warrant that a crime is more than likely has been committed. It's an overwhelming amount of evidence. But anyway, let's continue. But you're correct, Mojo. Thank you for helping me with that. It hasn't been designated a crime, so then there will be nothing. They can keep going back and forth all they want. That's correct. All right, let's continue.
And they're entitled to have not been to the island.
We can't say YT no more. You gotta say unblack. That's funny. I'm gonna start learning to say that. Not the mama, not black. That's hilarious.
Who have been sucking up way more oxygen than they're entitled to have not been to. A lot of people who have been sucking up way more oxygen than they're entitled to have not been to the island. I'm willing to bet that a lot of the hustlers and profiteers and liars have not been to that island. And you have to go to that island. And being at the island today was revelatory.
Hold on. What? Hold on. He just said something. He said he's sure that all the hustlers and profiteers and all the people around the world have not been to Horn Island. And you gotta go to that island. Well, what y'all find on the island, bro? Hold on, bro. What was there? What do you mean we got to go to the island? What we gonna see? That's interesting.
And profiteers and liars have not been to that island. Have not been to the island with Tyler and Warren and Jax. And a lot of people who have been sucking up way more oxygen than they're entitled to have not been to the island. I'm willing to bet that a lot of the hustlers and profiteers and liars have not been to that island. And you have to go to that island. And being at the island today was revelatory. It was really illuminating. It's a very dynamic marine environment, first of all.
It was revelatory. What did it reveal? And illuminating. Very key. Shout out to Common Sense Sue in the building. Shout out to new people coming in the building. Sorry I'm missing y'all. Right? Listen, illuminating. Marine Kingdom. What did you find out? Okay? He said, you gotta be at the island. You gotta. He saw something. What did you see? I want to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Superstar lawyer dude. Superstar sue you dude. Lawyer, superstar defamatory super lawyer dude. Sue your pants off dude. Right? Let's go.
That island. And being and profiteers and liars have not been to that island. And you have to go to that island. And being at the island today was revelatory. It was really illuminating. It's a very dynamic marine environment, first of all. But when you go to the island, you see instantly that what some people want to be true, what they wish to be true, they're trying to wish it to be true. They're trying to make it true through their lies. It's actually not possible. It is a very, very long and narrow barrier island. It's basically very low sand dunes. And in the particular part of the island that we're dealing with, there are no trees. There's hardly any foliage, hardly any tree cover, hardly any plants, and it's wide open. And on July 4th, there were thousands of people there. There is no possible way that anybody could have committed a murder in broad daylight on a barren, windswept island that is narrow and was just swamped with people that day in broad daylight. It's just not possible given the natural environment there.
Excuse me, expensive lawyer dude. The public is not saying that ain't the point they're making. The public is saying a lot of people think something happened to them on the boat when they sped off from the island. So this whole marine, beautiful aquamarine, you got to go to the island. It's illuminating and Illuminati or whatever, all these other adjectives and stuff you saying for the island, got to be there. You know what's funny, guys? When people make a whole big narrative around something, you're like, but that ain't even what we're talking about. Bro, you just wasted a whole bunch of airspace, right? Making this whole scenario, right? That ain't what people are speculating. They're speculating. A lot of people are thinking something happened on the boat. You understand? They're not saying that. What he's trying to point out is because the island is so thin and it's so clear, it's not a lot of foliage, and it was 1,000 people, there's no way nobody could have harmed him in front of all the people. Duh. Rich superstar lawyer dude. That's like a duh moment. It's like, hello, hello, right? Wow, that's crazy work, bro. Come on, tell the Sister Mary. It's like, the word salad is crazy. It's like, so y'all really got nothing to stand on. That's all I hear. All I hear is that, like, wow, this is kind of crazy. That if Mississippi ain't nothing to play with, so they're gonna keep pushing this under the rug. Now they got the big money hitters in there. You know what I mean? You know, they throwing the president's name around, right? They like, this is Trump's lawyer. You know, he sued the pants off everybody, right? He's suing. He come out threatening everybody. I'm going to do this, and it's going to be pain, and I'm going to bring the pain, right? He Method Man of the lawyer world. I bring the pain, I bring it, right? When he come out, he got his hat, he gonna cock it to the back. I come to bring the pain. If you say my name, I'm bringing the pain. You know, I'm like, okay, we got you, Mr. Scary Rich Lawyer Dude. We shaking in our boots, right? Nobody's gonna look at no more of the case. We all just gonna go home and shut up, right? Yeah, he Dr. Payne, right? He want everybody to be scared to death, right? Come on. Northern Country said, if it's 1,000 people on the island, then why nobody got no film? Why ain't no videos? Why ain't no Snapchats? Where's all the footage at? Where's all the camera footage at? Where's all the documentation at, Mr. Scary Rich Lawyer Dude? Right? All right, let's continue. This dude is he just said the island is so beautiful. Right? He just made a whole scenario. And ain't nobody said nothing about Nolan was unalived in front of 1,000 people on the island. Ain't nobody ever say that. All right, let's continue.
No possible way that anybody could have committed a murder in broad daylight on a barren, windswept island that is narrow and was just swamped with people that day.
Everybody here on the live stream, don't we all agree, right? There's 300 people on the live stream. Everybody, all 300 of us. Don't we agree with that? You got us, lawyer, superstar lawyer dude, tough lawyer dude. We all agree. Impossible. Okay, now can you get to the speculation, please? Because that ain't what nobody's saying.
That anybody could have committed a murder in broad daylight on a cover, hardly any plants, and it's wide open. And on July 4th, there were thousands of people there. There is no possible way that anybody could have committed a murder in broad daylight on a barren, windswept island that is narrow and was just swamped with people that day.
We all
in broad
agree.
Daylight. It's just not possible given the natural environment there.
We agree.
And that leads me to the next point, which is this. Once you know what the timeline is, when you combine the timeline with the actual dynamics of the island itself, all of the lies completely unravel because it is impossible. And here's why.
Let's go.
Morgan, Warren, and Jax left the island at about 4:30 p.m. That's it. They were gone. That is not open for debate. So that's a fact. They were gone. And at that time,
everything is open for debate, but let's continue.
Nolan Wells was still alive. Now, I'm not going to name them out of...
Oh, he was. So you got a fact? Oh, Officer Billy Butt Bad Butt Lawyer Dude, guys. He got a statement. He knows something is a fact. Let's see what he got. Let's see what he's cooking. What the Rock is cooking.
That's it. They were gone. That is not open for debate. So that's a fact.
First of all, Warren said the last time he saw Nolan was 3:00 p.m. He said, that's a fact. Then later he said they was telling him, get on the boat, get on the boat, get on the boat. We leaving. That was 4:30. And that's supposed to be a fact. So again, Mr. You don't like liars, you need to check the dude to your right. Okay? Check the dude on the right. Yo, guys, you know how you in trouble or something, and you over there, and you like this, you like, right? You like, you can't speak, you like, nodding your head, you like him. To the right, dude. Dude to the right. Check the right, dude. The dude to the right. That boy done making up all type of stories and lies. This boy done lie from the leg of fire since he first came out. And you talk about you don't like no lies. All right, so anyway, let's see this Mr. Superstar Billy Butt Bad Lawyer. Let's see what he got.
That's it. They were gone.
Trina said, look how they looking at him. Yo, look at Morgan's face. Morgan got his mouth open like, they looking like, look at him go. Morgan, they looking at him like, look at him go. Wow.
That is not Morgan, Warren, and Jax left the island at about 4:30 p.m. That's it. They were gone. That is not open for debate. So that's a fact. They were gone. And at that time, Nolan Wells was still alive. Now, I'm not going to name them out of respect for their privacy, but just as one example, there are two very fine, upstanding members of the Ocean Springs community who saw Nolan Wells at about 10 minutes to 6 p.m. So about an hour and a half after these fine young men had left the...
Listen to his adjectives. I know for 100% sure that Nolan Wells was alive at 4:30 because two upstanding Ocean Springs citizens that were expeditiously upstanding righteous citizens, and these fine young gentlemen, right? Boy, he is lathering it up. You know how you slather on? He is slathering it on up. That boy, that lawyer, that's what you pay for, boy. That's what, put your money where your mouth is. You heard? Go ahead, superstar bad lawyer B, dude, slather it on up. These fine young gentlemen, he said, America's finest gentlemen, and these upstanding Mississippi citizens of Ocean Springs, these are the most upstanding, and because they said it, that means it's not 99.999999. No decimals. Superstar lawyer bad butt dude said no decimals. And then he said, it's 100.00000. Boy, shout out to Wesley in the building. Superstar lawyer dude is slathering it up. Now remember, he said, as long as you tell a lie and it don't hurt nobody, he good with that. Remember, right? He said it.
Members of the Ocean Springs community who saw
Hold on.
Nolan Wells.
He saw, what were they? What kind of citizens were they?
An example. There are two very fine, upstanding members of the Ocean.
Two very fine, upstanding members. And these fine young gentlemen, everybody's fine. Let's continue.
Springs community who saw Nolan Wells at about 10 minutes to 6 p.m. So about an hour and a half after these fine young men had left the island. They were gone, departed. Nolan Wells was alive.
So, everybody worldwide, almost 2 months after young Nolan is gone, we got now two fine young Mississippi citizens who can say, we saw him. It's about 6:30, 5:45. We saw him at 5:55 and 37 seconds. And we are fine, upstanding citizens. And so because we said it, that means that's the law. Yeah, we ain't drinking your Kool-Aid. Sorry. That might have worked in 1955 when the night riders used to go riding and burning crosses in the house and throwing stuff through the windows and stuff. It ain't working in 2026 because the righteous white brothers and sisters ain't having it. The righteous black brothers and sisters ain't having it. The righteous Hispanic, East Asian, in East Indian, whatever, the righteous children of the Most High on this earth, we ain't having all the lies. Nah. You can't, it don't work this time. Not this, not now. Welcome to the end times. You heard? It's gonna get worse. That part, meaning gonna get worse for the liars, the cheaters, the stealers, the sinners, for the wicked. It's gonna get worse for people who are dark, people who are unrighteous, because the righteous is gonna call it out. That part. Yeah, we ain't drinking your Kool-Aid. Billy Butt bad, expensive lawyer dude.
At about 10 minutes, There are two very fine, upstanding members of the Ocean Springs community who saw Nolan Wells at about 10 minutes to 6 p.m. So about an hour and a half after these fine young men had left the island. They were gone, departed. Nolan Wells was alive. And these two witnesses, two very reliable, very credible, and very upstanding members of the community.
See, you hear his adjectives? Now, everybody, the crazy part is this dude just met all these people. He just made his way to Ocean Springs. He just meeting these people. Now they are very reliable, very upstanding, very fine, very, very, very good. They're very, very good. Very, very expeditiously upstanding pillars of their communities. And whatever they say, because they are very, very good, I bet you their money is very, very good too. I bet you their connection, their pocket, you heard? Very fine people, right? Like very fine apple juice, Charlene. Very fine. They the mots, okay? This is crazy work. They done find two people 2 months later that came out and says, that's what they're going to say. Yo, Yali, they're going to come out and they're going to say, everybody, we are very, very, very fine, upstanding citizens of Ocean Springs, Mississippi. And our blood lineage go all the way back to Freedom Summer 1964. And if y'all don't get down and get out our way, Billy Butt, Lawyer Bad Butt, gonna sue y'all all the way into the poorhouse. But the problem is, you trying to sue the poor, Billy Butt, Bad Butt. It don't work with us. You understand? Now you can go after these Willie D and the ones with these million, the people, the monetized, making all this money on the YouTube. You can go after them because they got the bag to fight back. But the regular smugglers, the righteous children of the Most High, we don't be getting too much paper. You know what I mean? Because the dark second world tries to make sure that we're not too profitably wealthy in this dark second world, because we'll do a lot of good with the wealth. So we got to struggle and fight to make ends meet, so we can do the righteousness of the Most High in this dark second world, to take care of the meek, the humble, the women, the babies, the orphans. You heard? To take care of the downtrodden of every nation, kid, your tongue, and people, the righteous children of the Most High. So we kind of struggle in this dark second world, right? Because our riches ain't stored up here. You understand? So you trying to sue us? Somebody have told you wrong, Mr. Rich Billy Butt Bad Butt Lawyer. We gonna keep exposing this, okay? Listen to this. The finest upstanding citizens. I guarantee you find out who they are and go in their closet. They got all type of skeleton bones falling on. Boy, please, knock it off. All right, let's continue.
Wells was alive. Fine young men, p.m. So about an hour and a half, Nolan Wells at about 10 minutes to 6 p.m. of the Ocean Springs community.
All right, let me go back. I'm gonna let him play.
No, their privacy. But just as one example,
here we go.
There are two very fine, upstanding members of the Ocean Springs community who saw Nolan Wells at about 10 minutes to 6 p.m. So about an hour and a half after these fine young men had left the island. They were gone, departed. Nolan Wells was alive. And these two witnesses, two very reliable, very credible, and very upstanding members of the community, they saw Nolan. And they've known Nolan for years. There's no chance that they made a mistake. And
no chance.
By the way, this can be corroborated through other evidence, other eyewitness accounts. And that's the end of it right there. And that's before we get into everything.
And that's the end. See, that's that entitlement behavior right there. And that's the end of it right there. Oh, why? Because you said it? So that you've been drinking your own Kool-Aid, right? I know you're a Billy Butt bad lawyer. Like you bad, you bad, right? You did with Trump and all that. But the regular smeggers, we don't care about all, bro. Just because you talking about that's the end of the matter, that don't mean nothing, bro. The people been the funny thing is the people been to start scrutinizing you. You better tighten up your closet too, because once the public get on you, they gonna start scrutinizing your closet too, Mr. Billy Budd Bad Lawyer dude, right? You been had some skeletons falling out your closet too. You better be careful. All that threatening everybody. You know what I mean? Now, somebody said that you're correct. Thank you for correcting me. It hasn't been 2 months. It's because it feels like 2 months. I apologize, right? Because you're right. It was July 4th, and it's just, you know, it's almost, it's what 6 weeks or something, right? Well, yeah, 5.5, 6 weeks. I don't. It feel like 2 months to me. All right. I'm an elder. I apologize. Not quite 2 months. But anyway, yeah, they definitely using Darvo method. All right? So let's continue. He's talking about that's the end of the matter here. Like, everybody go home, nothing to see here. Sorry, that ain't working with us. That might work with your corporate Fortune 500 companies that you've been suing. You understand? That might work with them. It don't work with the poor. We want the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. That part.
By the way, this can be corroborated through other evidence, other eyewitness accounts. And that's the end of it right there. And that's before we get into everything else about the situation.
Hold on. Somebody adorable said Nolan's birthday is August 19th, and that's the same day that Carmelo go back to court. Wow, very interesting. All right? Don't forget about Carmelo, everybody. We ain't forget about you, Carmelo. Most people moved on with the other stories. Those are people who just doing stuff for views and stuff. They ain't trying to bring understanding and healing and righteousness. You know, they just trying to make money. They put out 1,000 videos every day, 5 and 6 different titles and live streams over. They just killing the game. You know what I mean? They're making all type of money. That's horrible to me. Really bad. But anyway, let's continue.
And when I look at this,
this can be corroborated through other evidence, other eyewitness accounts. They saw Nolan, and they've known Nolan for years. There's no chance that they made a mistake. And by the way, this can be corroborated through other evidence, other eyewitness accounts. And that's the end of it right there. That's
evidence that ain't nobody ever seen.
Excuse me?
A month and some change later, ain't nobody seen none of this evidence that you coming up with. That all of a sudden now you got. Go ahead, Akiyama.
We have a super sticker from Yaleen.
Thank you, Yaleen. Did she say anything?
No, she didn't say anything.
Thank you so much. Did you put it on the screen? Thank you. Whoa.
It's on screen.
I had to look because Yaleen is daughter big bucks. She be Yaleen be dropping. That's why let me look what Yaleen did because that's Susie Big Bucks over there. Yaleen don't be playing. Thank you so much, Yaleen. I humbly receive. Thank you so much, daughter of Mosai. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue.
Before we get into everything else about the situation. Other eyewitness accounts. Known Nolan for years. There's no chance that they made a mistake. And by the way, this can be corroborated through other evidence, other eyewitness accounts. And that's the end of it right there. That's before we get into everything else about the situation.
And when I look at this, I feel like there's levels of defamation and areas of defamation. And I'm not going to speak on your behalf because this is y'all's story to tell, your story to litigate. But which areas are the most egregious that you are going to go after, or that you guys think also are areas where people have taken this situation and clearly lied to the public? One being the phone call. What is your thoughts on that phone call to Cito? Some people have gone out and done enhancements to the audio, and in doing that, created a transcript manually. It doesn't appear that the transcript was derived from an automated system or have any, in my opinion, real integrity with it. What are your thoughts first, you guys, on the audio, and then I'll get to you, Ed, on how
Listen to Officer Tampon. The audio was transcribed by audio specialists of other audio specialists of every nation, kindred, tongue, then transcribed it, and they still pissed at that audio, right? So I guess he's gonna try to go after the audio sister, right? The Billy Butt Bad Butt lawyer dude.
that be a defamatory area, you guys, on the audio, and then I'll get to you, Ed, on could that be a defamatory area the way it was produced? So what do you guys think about that audio?
Now y'all know Officer Tatum, he gonna cut it up into part 3, 4, because he trying to make money. So he got the zoom, right? Part 2, coming soon to a show near you, right? Everybody tune in, right? Let me get this bag up, right? People is milking. Peter Nolan. This is Pimp Nolan series, boy. They is just pimping the game. You heard? So y'all know I got more for y'all, right? I didn't know it was gonna take me that long to dissect that clip, right? Because I didn't get a chance to watch it. Because I was doing another live stream, and then I found out, like, oh crap, Tatum going live. I said, okay, I gotta make a new thumbnail. I gotta switch game. It's hot stuff on the press. I need to hurry up. So I didn't get a chance to listen to it, right? So now check this out. So before he even put the clip out, I don't know how, the internet is crazy. I don't know, people be leaking stuff, I don't know. But the sisters then already grabbed some of the interview clip before Officer Tampon even put it out. Crazy work, right? Watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We don't own rights to the video. We reacted to the video. Our white sister, she ain't be playing no games. The nerdy Pink Panther lady, dude, the Pink Panther lady, she done already got a hold of the clip, extra footage of the clip before Officer Tatum even put it out. That's the internet. The internet, bro, I don't know how they be getting this stuff. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We reacted to the video. Check out our sister, the Pink Panther lady. Shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters that want the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you the most high. Yeah. Let's go. Here we go.
I mean, he's on the phone. Wouldn't you think that you would have seen Nolan on the bottom of on the floor or something? Or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him or something. I mean,
What an absolute wild thing to say when so many.
Now this is a part y'all got exclusive. I told y'all I got exclusive. Now the Pink Panther lady then got the clip before it even came out. Listen to what Jack said. Listen one more time.
I mean, he's on the phone. Wouldn't you think that you would have seen Nolan on the bottom on the floor or something, or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him or something? I mean,
What an absolute wild thing to say when so many people have seen this video and slowed it down and noticed that there's either like a hand or a foot or something that comes flying up when they tug on the toe right there.
Oh, our sister, Pink Panther lady, she ain't playing. So on, I guess, part 2 or 3, they're talking about, wouldn't we see if Nolan was unalived on the boat, then wouldn't we see his, whoa, this getting crazy on part 2. Who said that? Latanya asks, but do you receive all your money from super stickers that's more than $5? No, they take 70, how much? They take 40%. So yeah, so even if it's $5, so if it's $5, I'm probably gonna get 3 of the 5, something like that. They take a lot, but it is what it is, right? Shout out to those who donate that way, because even though like we using their platform to reach one another. So it is what it is. But yeah, they take 40%. So it's crazy work. It's just yeah. But It is what it is, right? So praise the Most High. All right, so now, and it doesn't matter if it's $5, $1, right? So if it's $1, I think I probably get like 60 cents out of the $1, right? Something, yeah, they take a lot. They don't play no games, all right? Y'all even said, what? I didn't know they was. So, all right, let me explain. This is how I explained that before. For those who donate big like that, the way that you can do it so that I can receive most of it is, let's say you could give like $5 on here and then write that I'm sending, 45, like Yarlene just donated $50. Out of that $50, I'm probably gonna get 30, right? Probably like 30, right? They're gonna take 20, right? So the way that we said it before is like, you just give like $5 and then put that I'm sending another 45 to your Cash App or to whatever else. That's where you get the whole thing at. You know what I mean? See, PayPal is not bad because they only take 1%. But they want to take freaking 40%. That's insane. And they take 40% of everything. That's why I won't even do the gifts and stuff, because they take 40% of gifts too. Like, it's like if you get $1, they want 40 cents of every dollar. It's like, bro, oh my goodness, it's just ridiculous. But it is what it is, right? It's just their platform. They do what they do. So for those, who don't want to give them so much, then you could just do it that way. But and then we'll see how much, because I understand, like, people give and you want to, like, yeah, I want to show that, I support the channel. Praise the Most High. I humbly thank you all. For anybody that donates, I humbly thank you, because we're not monetized on YouTube at all. Meaning my channel is monetized, but every live stream, they say this show cannot be monetized. I'm going to show y'all one day. I'm going to show y'all. Going to be like, dang, that's stupid. This is every video. This show cannot be monetized. I'm like, oh, shut up. I already know. We cannot be monetized. We get it. This truth cannot be monetized. We get it. All right, let me get back to the Pink Panther lady.
Excuse me?
Go ahead, Hakyama.
You wanted to put the comments back on screen. And
yeah. Thank you.
Also, we have a handful of questions, and there's still Mariah's Earth birth.
All right, so we're going to get to the questions, because this one's pretty quick, what she does. We're going to get to the questions, and then we're going to do Mariah's Earth birth, and we're going to get to the questions really quick, right after the Pink Panther lady does her thing. All right, let's go. So here we go. All right, let me move this over. I'll put that on the tree. There you go, the chat back on the screen. All right, here we go. Hold on, grab the Pink Panther lady again. So she got exclusive part 2 clips of stuff that ain't come out yet.
I mean, he's on the phone. Wouldn't you think that you would have seen Nolan on the bottom of on the floor or something? Or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him or something. I mean,
What an absolute wild thing to say when so many people have seen this video and slowed it down and noticed that there's either like a hand or a foot or something that comes flying up when they tug on the toe.
So right there, guys. So what she's pointing out was, in this clip that Officer Tatum put out, when they were struggling with the boat on the tow, there was something that popped up, right? And people was like, that looked like a foot or a hand, and it was melanated, right? So she's pointing out, she's like, okay, Jax, that's kind of a crazy thing to say about wouldn't y'all see a hand or something, wouldn't you see his body at the bottom of the boat and all that type of stuff? If it's like, so that's what she pointing out, right? So right there, you're gonna see a hand come up. And this is Officer Tatum's clip, all right? And that's the thing about when people say, the media, we making up stuff, and Tatum put this up. Tatum himself, he put this out, okay? So y'all can miss us. They're saying, the other people who trying to get the truth or justice for Nolan, we did this. This Tatum's clip. All right, let's continue.
Or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him or something. I mean,
What an absolute wild thing to say when so many people have seen this video and slowed it down and noticed that there's either like a hand or a foot or something that comes flying up when they tug on the toe right there. Like, I can't believe that they said that. But please, please, please put out this interview. Please give me something to tear apart. Y'all, I swear I see Warren stop breathing when he starts this sentence, and he doesn't move again until he closes it out. Watch. They try to cover it up with an edit.
On the phone, wouldn't you think that you would have seen Nolan on the bottom of on the floor or something, or scrambling around, or everybody in a small space on the boat looking at him or something? I mean, that.
So my brain needs a little bit of a break today, so I'm not going to go in hard with the deep dives like I normally do. But I had some musings, thoughts, stream of consciousness stuff that I wanted to.
All right, everybody. So this is lawyer Big Billy Butt Bad Butt. He looked totally different, right? In a suit and tie, right? He looked like a thumb. That's what he looked like to me. But anyway, let me not. He's gonna be coming after my $1.99, my $1.99. YouTube already taking 40% of my $1.99. What you want? Billy Bad Lawyer Thumb, right? But anyway, right? So he threw on his fitty cap and he threw on this stuff. He looked just like one of the boys on the thing, right? But this how he look. Okay, so let's continue. That's Billy Butt Bad Butt Lawyer Dude. All right, let's go. I gotta tell you, because y'all like, who is that? That's the lawyer dude.
Looking at him or something. I mean, that.
So my brain needs a little bit of a break today, so I'm not going to go in hard with the deep dives like I normally do. But I had some musings, thoughts, stream of consciousness stuff that I wanted to share and bounce off you guys. Because now, whatever connections this Mississippi clan have has gotten them a Trump defamation lawyer. And if you guys aren't familiar with this guy, he's been the one who's been spending, the entire Trump presidency bullying the media into trying and complying, trying to force them to bend the knee through civil litigation. He's responsible for the 60 Minutes interview settlement with Paramount, and he's the one responsible for the New York Times birthday book lawsuit. Mind you, these were lawsuits that would have easily been won in court. What this guy is a professional of, in my opinion, is most likely less about the law and more about the tactics behind the scenes. He's there to drain people of their resources, of their time, which is why it is no surprise that supposedly this list of influencers that they're going to go after came out right after they hired this guy. As a side note, there was a little part of me that was like, should I be insulted I'm not on this list? But then I realized that most of these creators are actually people of color. But there's also some certain evidence that I have about certain people related to the Epstein case that they know I have and I have not gone public with in exchange for my safety. And it would
Sister Mary, you correct. When he was, that's the most animated I've seen any of them act, is when he was talking about, would Nolan be at the bottom of the boat and this and the legs? I'm like, bro, we got action, right? Like, they're alive. Like, that's the most animated I've seen them got when they started talking about a body being at the bottom of the boat. I'm like, yeah, I agree.
Essentially destroy Jelane's latest appeal.
She said he was reliving that moment right then. But the funny thing is, guys, superstar lawyer, bad butt, Billy Butt, thumb looking, thumb dude, he want everybody to be scared. And the Pink Panther lady, that's what I said, boy, he just don't get it. I mean, you've been going after corporate America so much that you don't realize that the regular public, we ain't scared of you, bro. The Pink Panther lady said, oh, you think that you scare me? She literally calling them out. That's crazy work.
To the Epstein case that they know I have, people related to actually people of color. But there's also some certain evidence that I have about certain people related to the Epstein case that they know I have and I have not gone public with in exchange for my safety. And it would essentially
So now what she's saying is they didn't put her on the list. And she the main one that been dissecting the mess out of this case. So why didn't superstar bad Billy Butt lawyer dude put her on the list? She said, could it be that I got this secret Epstein stash that I got, that y'all know I got? and that I'm saving it for if y'all come after me with litigation, that I can release it. Let me find out Pink Panther Lady is smart. Pink Panther Lady smart. She said, I got one tucked in the chamber. She said, there's one in the chamber, old Billy Butt bad lawyer dude trying to threaten everybody and scare everybody. You ain't put Pink Panther Lady on the list. That's what she said. Epstein. That's what all this stuff is about. They just trying to make all this mess so everybody can take their eyes off the Epstein case. That's what it's all about when you really want to get funky, funky McNunky, right? So let's continue, all right?
Not gone public with in exchange for the Epstein color. But there's also some certain evidence that I have about certain people related to the Epstein case that they know I have and I have not gone public with in exchange for my safety. And it would essentially destroy Jelane's latest appeal to try and get out of prison. So that also might be why I'm not on it. But most importantly, I'm what they would consider judgment proof, living in a state with pretty good anti-SLAPP laws. Not to mention nothing I've said about this case would constitute anything close to defamation, as we all know. And there are 35 states that have anti-SLAPP laws. So if you're concerned, make sure you look into your state laws. But I'm not worried because at the end of the day, the very base of any defamation lawsuit mostly relies on an untrue thing being presented objectively as fact. The person who made the statement must have acted with a degree of fault. And basically, they have to prove that you knew what you were saying was false or you were negligent in seeking out the truthful information. Because the laws generally don't catch up to social media for quite a while, most people go on social media and take what they see with a grain of salt. It's the same reason that Fox Entertainment is not considered a news source. Because in the days of AI and everything, no reasonable person would just swallow everything online unless they had a logical conclusion to get there. Because that is a personal opinion. And if you can show your work like I do and say, hey, this is the opinion that I have or the conclusion that I'm coming to based on these bullet points, then you really can't be sued for having a personal opinion. Anti-SLAPP laws were put into place so this exact thing can't happen, so that people cannot go after media, after journalists in order to silence them. So if that does happen to you, make sure that you file an early motion to dismiss. And then the plaintiff has to justify every portion of that lawsuit. And usually a judge will dismiss it and the defendant will have their legal fees covered by the plaintiff. But speaking of Epstein and Maxwell, and with Todd Blanche being confirmed in the dead of night last night, I have a ton of new followers who probably have never seen my work. So I decided to rearrange my playlists and have all of my Epstein related stuff right there up there. So if you guys would like to see some of that work and some of the stuff that I found, if you liked my Nolan Wells stuff, I genuinely discovered how they either ended Jeffrey's life or snuck him out. And y'all know I found the science and the proof to back it up.
Snuck him out, because Epstein is not gone. They definitely snuck him out.
But I think we need to start talking about the stuff that was found in the files again, y'all. Because I got to tell you guys, I strongly believe there is a mass coordination with micro influencers going on behind the scenes in order to stoke racial tensions in this country. I think it is quite possible that orders have been given across this country to, go hunting. And the only—
Go ahead, sister. Shout out to Run Rock in the building. She is correct. Orders given. They're paying people to stroke the racial flame. You see? Divide and conquer. That's what I've been telling y'all. The puppet master, bro. Right? And we know that they took all the eyeballs, all the attention off the Epstein stuff, right? Nothing to see here, right? While they continue to supersede to give us, while they make their 2030 agenda to lock us all down. And I got a clip coming. Y'all know I got something deep coming after this. You heard? We gonna go deep after this. Because it's a ministry. Yeah, we get funky on this channel, all right? We don't just do the topic news. I got some deep coming after this. Watch.
Combat that, y'all. Go hunting. I think it is quite possible that orders have been given across this country to, go hunting. And the only way to again, y'all, because I got to tell you guys, I strongly believe that there is a mass coordination with micro influencers going on behind the scenes in order to stoke racial tensions in this country. I think it is quite possible that orders have been given across this country to, go hunting. And the only way to combat that, y'all, is to not engage. Don't read the comments. Don't fight in the comment section. I know I called out Stephanie because I fully believe that she might be one of those people. And I said that to her face. And if you want to know, in my professional opinion, what the key is to taking all of this down, it's the damn lawyers. Things like the files, the money laundering, all that stuff. It can't happen without lawyers. They are the secret keepers. They are the gatekeepers, and they are the most powerful tool that the bad guys have.
If you just murdered your best friend on an island, the dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard.
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
If you just...
Come on, copyright disclaimers in the flat. We don't own rights to the video. This is exclusive. I was supposed to start with this. I made a boo-boo, guys. I was supposed to start with this and then get to the full interview, because everybody got the interview, but everybody ain't got this. Now they're going to be cutting my clips, and later they're going to make 1,000 videos showing this stuff. They be doing that a lot, right? They be cutting my clips up, and then they be putting out the videos. It is what it is, right? So anyway, pay attention. This is more exclusives that didn't come out, that Officer Tatum didn't put out yet. Okay, we in part 2 and 3. All right, let's go. Boy, this one is Jim. What's her name? Jim Baldi. Jim something. Her the other sister, the one that they gave the order to cease and desist. They ain't ceasing and they ain't desisting. She ain't ceasing and she ain't desisting. Pink Panther lady, she ain't ceasing and they ain't desisting. All right. So listen, that's the thumb lawyer dude, Big Billy Butt, Bad Butt. Now listen to what he said.
Would be to call the Coast Guard. The dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard.
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
If you just murdered your best friend on an island, the dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard.
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
If you just murdered your best friend on an island, the dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard.
I know, Uncle Rico. That's why we never called the Coast Guard. Do you think we're fucking dumb? You think we're dumb murderers now? I mean, ain't you heard the call? We denied Coast Guard assistance because we are smart murderers. We're not dumb murderers. Thank you very much.
Do you need the United States Coast Guard?
No, we do not need that.
If you just murdered your best friend on an island, the dumbest thing you could do would be to call the Coast Guard.
Yeah. Y'all know I'm going to bring you the exclusive. Kim Briley, right? Jim Browski, the Pink Panther lady. We going to bring y'all the exclusive as it come. You heard? That part. That's real exclusive because those interviews ain't even come out yet. You heard? Now tomorrow, people everywhere going to be playing those clips. All right, let's continue. That's why I tried to make, that's why I said, you know what, let me switch up today. Let me get something out early. All right, let's continue. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We know rights to the video. We're reacting to the video. All right, I got a little more for y'all. Here we go. Here we go.
The end. Oh, look at that. Look at that, you guys. Look at, what is that? Oh.
This is another one of our white sisters, Bree. Now I tell you, you know, when the white people get a hold of something, shout out to my righteous white brothers and sisters. When they get their grip on something, they don't let go. They like pit bulls. They ain't not playing. That's why I'm like, boy, if I get in some trouble, I need me a good white sister on this side. I need me a good white brother. And then I got my brothers and sisters. We're gonna ride out. But you need some of the companions on the side. They always been there. So don't y'all get yourself in trouble and dark and thinking all white people are wicked. You're wrong. All black people are wicked. You're wrong. You understand? There is some righteous white, black, Hispanic. There's the children of the Most High of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people on this earth. And we come together for righteous sake, right? In the name of the Most High, creator of all things, right? So yeah, we need one another. Let's go. So listen, now we got our sister Bree. You understand? That's going to be breaking it on down.
That's a camera. And look at what is that? Oh, that's a camera. And look how close it looks at you guys at the beach. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's go look for some more cameras today. Let's go. Okay, my friends, that is Deer Island. Hold on. See, that is Deer Island, okay? Look what we can see from here. The fucking bridge. This is Deer Island, not Warren. So I just went into this boat shop to try to get a charter, and guess who was sitting there? One of the boys. Pretty sure his father was sitting right there behind him.
So Bree is taking us on the tour of Ocean Springs, the docks, the island, and she pointing out all the cameras, right? She says, camera there, 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 camera there. I said camera there. That part in sheet. We was kings in sheet. That's right. I said camera there. All right? Cameras everywhere. Everywhere. Now listen. She said she went into a fishing store or something, and one of the boys was in the fishing store. Ooh, Yali. She went in and one of the boys, she ain't say which one because she got to be careful because the old superstar lawyer thumb, he look, what's his name? Urang? No, what's the dude from the Monsters? Remember Uncle Fester? Boy, yo, Yali, Uncle Fester. The Billy Butt Bad superstar lawyer dude gonna come for Bree. So Bree knows, she like, I'm not gonna name who the one was. Nah, not Lurch, Uncle Fester. The one, not Lurch, the superstar lawyer dude. With his hat off, look like Uncle Fester. Yeah, put the hat back on. You know how you go on a date and the sisters be like, no. You know, you go on a date and then he get hot and he take the hat off. Sisters be like, whoa, put the hat back on, bro. Put the hat back on. Right? Shout out to my bald brothers and sisters. Ain't nothing wrong with y'all going bald. You know, bald dudes, they had their time. You know, well, they still got their time. You know, you got a lot of sisters that like that bald stuff. They be like, they be like, mirror, mirror on the wall. They be wanting to shine you, right? But I remember a time, I think it was in the 90s. When was it? It was sometime that the bald dudes was just in style. I mean, the sisters was like, it was all about the bald dudes was so, it's New York City. The bald head dudes were so popping that dudes with full head of hair start shaving their head off, right? Everybody had their time, right? But the bald head brothers was on and popping with their heads, right? So shout out to my bald head brothers and sisters. So, you know, sisters like that, boy, they like a good bald head. All right, so anyway, let me continue. He said Kojak had that bald head. All right, so let's continue. So Sister Bree, she's smart. So she went up in the spot and she seen one of the boys as she taking us on the tour, looking at all the cameras all around. And why we ain't got no camera footage? Come on, they name them. They like Tupac, Jordan. They like, the bald dudes is popping, you know? Shout out to my brother Yasha. Yasha is the bald. Yasha got the bald dude going on, right? All right, let's continue.
Pretty sure his father was sitting right there. Boat shop to.
So she went in the boat shop. Let's continue.
I just went into this boat shop to try to get a charter, and guess who was sitting there? One of the boys. Pretty sure his father was sitting right there behind him. I'll put the location of where I was just at asking for charters, and they gave me a list. This list, I will not be calling these people, clearly, because they're all in cahoots. Why is the town got to be so that fucking small?
She's stupid. She's stupid. She said they gave me a list, right? But I'm not going to be calling these people because they're all in cahoots. She knows doggone well all these people are connected, right? So but she around there getting her information. Be careful. Well, she's a white sister, so be careful out there, Bree. All right?
sure his father was sitting right there behind him. I'll put the location of where I was just at asking for charters, and they gave me a list. This list, I will not be calling these people, clearly, because they're all in cahoots. Why has the town got to be so that fucking small? Why? Okay, so this is a little boat ramp area down here on the beach in Ocean Springs. And hold on. Okay, so I just went into this little store right here to try and get info on a charter because the person that I had booked, you know, and in there is absolutely one of the boys sitting allegedly, of course.
So she went in that little store to get the charter, and one of the boys from the boat is in the store with his dad.
Okay, so this is another dock right here in Ocean Springs. Okay, this is what the beach looks like. That's Deer Island, mind you. We're all the way in Ocean Springs now. You can absolutely see the island from Ocean Springs Beach as well as the bridge over there. Okay, so I do want to take note that there are lots of poles.
Come on, Marawa, y'all said there's flock cameras everywhere. Hakiyama, is it Marawa y'all's birthday?
Yes.
Happy Earth birth to you, Marawa y'all. Happy Earth birth, my sister from Texas. No, where Marawa y'all from? Texas. Marawa y'all, boy. Shout out to young Cullen. We love you, Marawa y'all. Shout out to you and your husband. Happy Earth birth to you, daughter of the Most High. Praise the Most High for choosing you, for you choosing to come on down to the hell on earth to get this earth smoke to fulfill your purpose, which is to lead the children of the Most High back to righteousness. Shout out to our sister Marawa. Yah, we love you, daughter of Yah. Happy Earth birth to you. May the Most High bless you another 364 days in this year and this next year to your next earth birth. We love you, daughter of Yah. Happy Earth birth to you, our sister. Peace and blessings. Ah. Cullen, I didn't know Cullen was in Mississippi. Shout out to young Cullen, right? That's our young little white brother, blonde hair. Young Cullen. But people think this is a racist ministry. What Cullen, 12 or 13 now, growing up in this ministry? Yeah, we got babies born in this ministry, little white babies too. I know you're like, what? Yeah. I done married some of my white brothers and sisters in the ministry. Yeah. You heard? Praise the Most High. Doing the dedication in a couple of weeks. We had another baby just born in the ministry. And those are Haitian brothers and sisters. Yeah, we got every nation. Sac passe to my righteous Haitian brothers and sisters. Doing the dedication to a little baby just born in the ministry. It's a real ministry here. Peace and blessings, everybody. All right, let's continue.
This is the direction that they would have had to have gone in to get back to poles. Okay, so I do want to take note that there are lots of poles with lights. This is the direction that they would have had to have gone in to get back over the Lover's Lane. That's a bunch of casinos, the bridge. That is Deer Island over there. Okay, that is Deer Island. And Deer Island ends right there.
So what she's pointing out there's cameras on every light pole. There's these cameras are everywhere. And she's showing you the route that they would have to take on the boat coming from Horn Island and all these other islands they was dropping people off and stuff and doing. And she's pointing out there's cameras to see everything she's doing. So where's the footage? Where's the camera footage? Pinky in the brain, lawyer dude. Superstar, Billy Bad Butt, lawyer dude, Pinky in the brain.
Okay, now I do want to tell you guys that there's an apartment complex right here on the beach. So you know they got cameras. There's $1 million houses all the way down this beach. Okay, I mean all the way down. Let's keep going. Friends, again, this is where I am currently looking, which is straight across from Deer Island, and it goes all the way over to Biloxi. So let's go check that out. We're gonna take this bridge right here and go all the way over so you guys can see. We're probably gonna go to the Golden Nugget. I'm not gonna go that far, but yes. I see the camera. I see the camera. Hold on. I see the camera.
She riding around pointing out the cameras, taking the route they was on, cameras on houses. There was literally just a couple houses down from the Ocean Springs Yacht Club. Cameras everywhere. She said literally down from the yacht club where they stopped and everything. Cameras all over these houses. Where's the footage?
There. Guess what it's facing? The beach. Now I've already showed you that there's cameras around that building in a previous video. Let's talk emergence. Look at them gorgeous lights. Cameras, lights. There's a camera right there.
Emergency lights, cameras on the yacht club, lights, every light pole with solar. So, right? So it don't need, solar energy and all that. Let's go.
They're coming off the bridge. Let's go to this gas station and just see. Let's just see.
Cameras at the gas stations, cameras at the Winn-Dixie, cameras at the Piggly Wiggly, cameras at the Walmart, cameras at the Star Mart, cameras, cameras everywhere, cameras everywhere.
Let's just push the camera and see. Oh, look, ring camera. Ring camera. Ring camera.
Ring cameras on all the doors. So they could be watched everywhere they went. On the water, off the water.
All these fucking cameras. All right, you guys, I've made it to the top of the Golden Nugget parking garage, and we're going to see exactly what we can see from Biloxi today. All right, let's get it. Okay, over here you have the Biloxi Bridge. This is going from Biloxi to Ocean Springs. That over there is going to be Ocean Springs. Now, the boys allegedly would have had to have come. This is Deer Island. Okay, so this right here, guys, this is Deer Island. All that right there, Deer Island. If you look way, and I mean way out yonder, we're going to give my phone a good on scroll in. You see all that out there? See that boat moving way out there? That's Warren Island, baby. So they had to come from all the way out there, which over here in Biloxi, that's a distance. So they had to come all the way over here, come by. Okay, we're going to come all the way this way. They're going to travel this way, okay, all the way over this way, under the bridge, which is where we got footage, okay? The Ocean Springs Yacht Club is right there.
So they go to Ocean Springs Yacht Club. They would have came all this way, and they had to go under this bridge.
Right there. Ocean Springs Yacht Club is right there. So they got to go under the bridge. Oh.
And there's cameras all on the bridge. Everybody.
Over here, okay? And then it went around that bend over there, over that to the right, to Lover's Lane to get to Washington, okay? Now, that's what it looks like. You got casinos and everything on this side. I get it at the distance, but you can definitely zoom in. You know, I can see a lot.
She said, I know it's going best. She said, you got casinos and everything on this side. I know it's kind of blurry, but you can see it all in the distance. Cameras everywhere.
A simple zoom on an iPhone camera. So let's go, you know, I'm just saying.
All right. That's where we get it. Don't stop, get it. You heard? Now, let me do, do I want to switch gears? No. Let me do this really quick, and then I'm going to get to the deep stuff, right? 12:30, right? Let's do this really quick, because he breaks it down. Then I'm going to get to the deep stuff. So at the beginning, I needed more time, so I started this. So y'all know this, that interrogator. And he started breaking down. Let me get to the deep stuff. I'll come back to him. I could do him another time, because this goes long and hard. Sorry, pause. Pause. Right? I don't do that pause stuff, but that was like kind of crazy work right there, right? So anyway, yeah, I got something. I got something deep. Let's do something really deep, right? Let's do something deep and heavy. First of all, let me show y'all this really quick. Let me get this. Let me do this. Oh, did I pull it in? I don't even think I pulled it in, right? The other stuff. Is my Premiere stuff still open? Oh, this whole time I have my what's the name still open. We've been doing this. So let me pull this in. I'm going to pull that right here. Let me grab that, right? I didn't even pull my new clips in because I had to put all this together while we was live, right? I was doing some work, baby. And I tried to hurry up. I'm like, boy, they going to be like, why you ain't live? I'm like, I'm sorry, guys. I got to, I had so much stuff to do. So here, grab the Premiere video clips. So grab that one, pull that one over here. Bang. Now that's there. And then what was the other one that I wanted to do? Because I had another deep one. So I got that one. The Tatum boys. I got that one. Oh, that's the one for next. That's for Friday. All right. So let's do this. And then I'm going to do, where my deep stuff at? Oh, there you go. Let me pull my deep stuff up there. There you go. There go my deep stuff. All right? Now, let's go back. Now, let's watch this really quick. I got some. This is pretty dope, right? Let's bring some balance, right? So here we go. So I'm gonna come back to y'all, right? Come back to y'all. Then I need to go over here, right? Bang. Then I could click this, bang. Start it from the beginning. Share this tab instead. Let's bring some balance. All that darkness of these devils, let's see some light. Listen, this is for when they say that, you know, black men, we don't take care of our family or our children or nothing, right? Listen up, everybody. Pay attention. This is why a mother and a father is very important in raising our children.
Have you seen this video? You need to watch this one.
So, me and my wife were looking at some old home videos recently of our youngest daughter being born. I'm gonna show you the video. Not her being born, because my wife would be like, you doing what? We got some conflict we need to talk about. So it's a video of our youngest daughter being born. I took this video. The video you're about to watch is a video I took, but I didn't understand the power of it until I watched the video. So let me set it up for you. She's like 2.5 minutes old. Our daughter's 2.5 minutes old at the time. And they got her under that little chicken warmer at the hospital, the little thing to keep the french fries warm. I don't know what kind of insurance we had, but that's what they got her under. And the nurse is about to clean her up, and she starts to cry. I want you to notice what happens when she hears my voice.
Okay, look, I'm right here. It's okay. I'm right here. I'm right here. We're doing just fine. It's okay. I'm right here. Right here. Yeah, it's okay, baby.
Yo, so that was pretty powerful, right? Now it's like 7.5 minutes or so later. The nurse is done cleaning her up, and she starts to cry again. I speak up, and she stops crying again. But I want you to notice what happens when I tell her I love her.
Portland, it's okay. It's okay. It's good. I'm right here. I am right here. I love you. Yeah, I'm right here. It's okay.
So here's the thing. There's going to be times in life where it feels like you're going from conflict to conflict to conflict. Or maybe you're just full of fear because of all the uncertainties right now. The key thing to do in those moments is to be still and listen for the Father's voice. Be still and listen for the Father's voice, because He is talking to you.
Be still. The Most High exists in the stillness. When conflict and hard times, trials and tribulation, when it get overwhelming, when it gets too heavy in your life, be still and know that He is the Most High. He is Yah. Go to a quiet place in stillness and set apart and calm down all your fears, because He exists in the stillness, in the shalom, in the peace, in the stillness.
And what He wants you to know is that He's right here. He loves you. All you have to do is open your eyes.
It's good. I'm right here. I am right here. I love you. Yeah, I'm right here. It's okay.
Have you seen this video?
Did y'all hear that? That lie? Wow. Praise the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. The Most High. We're all His babies. We're His children, everybody. That's our Father.
Open your eyes.
It's good. I'm right here. I am right here. I love you. Yeah, I'm right here. It's okay.
When she does that, that's everything. Praise the Most High. His holy name is rightful order. All right. Now I'm gonna show y'all some. Let's get something deep. Let's expose some darkness, right? I could continue with the clips, but I want to expose some darkness. All right, here we go. Copyright disclaimers on effect. We don't own rights to the video. We are reacting to this video, and now we're going to get to the real heaviness, the real darkness, right? We're going to expose what these serpents, the ones that's making us, trying to start a race war against the children of the Most High, these dark serpents. Share this, hold on. Share this tab instead, right? Hold on. There we go. Make it full screen. Inside the dark world of the old God, right? Let's let them break it down. Pay attention, children of the Most High.
This particular Egyptian god is known as the Great Master, the Great He, She, Genesis, the origin of all things. He did that, the same thing. Some sources say that he ingested his own daily. He and his wife call themselves they. And
so now he's speaking of this great ancient Kemet Egyptian god called the Great He, She. See? Baphometic, non-binary. Baal, Mola, Astra, Astarte, Asherah. You heard? This part, the Lord. Always Baphometic, always non-male and female. Created he them. You heard? Always after that portal. Let's continue. He and his wife called themselves androgynous. This is what they're instituting to us and our children today. All right? It goes back. Let's continue.
This is the origin of all things. He did that, the same thing. The Great He, She, Genesis, the origin of all things. He did that, the same thing. Some sources say that he ingested his own daily. He and his wife call themselves they, androgynous. They're the perfect human, and they altered their bodies surgically to mirror each other some strange way. So Baal is the principal demon of impurity. After Baal, Asmodeus. Asmodeus is the principal demon of homosexuality, male homosexuality. The Jews couldn't believe it. They called them dogs, right? They're filthy dogs. You've been in the Middle East. You know what those dogs are like. They're not nice creatures.
The old gods. You ready? Historical and biblical contexts of first false gods in the Old Testament. Baal, Asherah, Moloch, Ammon, and Raphan. Did I say those correct?
Yeah, those are just
Raphan.
Yeah, Raphan. You have basically under Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub. Those are the principal titles that roughly I've mentioned before. Roughly everything he does is a mimic of a mockery, an aping of the true, the good, the beautiful. Everything he does, he can create nothing. This is why we saw, we talked about it last time, this God mentioned in Exodus 1:11. Well, he's not mentioned, but the cities are mentioned. If Egypt and the principal deity of the pharaohs would embody, and this particular pharaoh, this particular time, and at different times, was this demon Atum, and he would. Before we get into the big gods, okay, this particular Egyptian god is known as the Great Masturbator, the Great He, She, because everything goes back to that original creation of Adam and Eve, right? And also, everything goes back to the proto-evangelium, Genesis 3:15. A Redeemer will come. And so from the beginning, the enemy is working against this. And what he would do is he would, and I'm sorry, this is not for every audience, but he would ingest his own semen and then spit children out of his mouth. And this is how, because the demon can't create. So this was in this particular worship, this is how he did it, this ancient god.
Everybody, these are spiritual tales, and spiritual, this is also how succubus, incubus, how they have spirit babies as well when they visit you in your dreams and stuff, okay? And have you do when you complete the act in your dream.
Because again, they take, anyway.
They take what?
Well, it's the power of regeneration. It's the unity of male and female that most approximates the life-giving love of the internal life of the Trinity, the mystery of what God was doing before he created, living in himself, sufficient, but out of love creating us and the angels to serve us.
No, Sister Stephanie, this is a live show. It's not a repeat.
And to serve him and to be custodians over creation.
Shout out to loyalty starts here. Thank you so much for your sub.
And so we see this type of mockery from the beginning. Now, some of the main deity that you'll see in the Old Testament, we see it play out in different cultures. In the 2nd century, there was a church writer named Tertullian in Africa. He's writing like 150, 180 AD, and he talks about the 5 prefects or 5 generals in hell that Satan, who has, has 5 generals underneath him. And roughly speaking, now different exorcists and different writers have speculated who these 5 are, but more or less you'll see a pattern. And the beginning is Baal, which means Lord or husband, right? And Hosea, we say, no longer you call your gods my Baal, but my husband. Right. You will call me my husband. God is the Lord. God is the Lord. God is the spouse. Israel was in a spousal relationship with God. So Baal was.
The funny thing was, he don't understand. He literally just contradict himself. He just said, Baal is the Lord. And then he just said, God is the Lord. No, they wrote that in there. The Most High is not a Lord. You understand? The Most High is. He's the creator of all things. And the Messiah is not a Lord, he is a king. Do you understand? So they wrote Baal in there, okay? Moloch, Remphan, all out. When they transliterated into Hellenes, into the Koine Greek, and into the Latium tongues, they added that in there. So everywhere that it says Lord and it says God, in the original Habariya manuscript, it had the Most High's name. They took his name out over 7,000 times. And that's why you see the Bible says, and his name is the Lord. That's not a name. You understand? Once you understand, when they wrote their likeness in, they would literally say, and his name is Baal. So that again, we get them to curse themselves. So they wrote their likeness and image in there and took the name of the Most High out of the manuscript. Because the name of the Most High is a strong tower. The righteous run into the name and are safe. The safety is in the name. We are to come in the name, be called by the name. We are covered by the name. So they took the name out and replaced it with Baal, which is actually the Lord. Okay? And it's a real simple exegete, right? It's a real simple lookup. You understand? The world knows this. It's simple, right here.
4-letter name of a chief Canaanite god means Lord. David, what is Baal? Yes, B-A-A-L.
Right? So everyone knows. Jeopardy knows. Talk shows knows. Everyone knows. So it's a simple lookup. But my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Now, the Most High's grace and mercy covers you when you call him the Lord, because he know that you don't know what you're calling on. So praise him for his grace and mercy. But when we know better, we do better. You understand? When we were a child, we did as children do. Once we become adult, we put away childish things. So you become held accountable once you know better and you don't do better. That's Bible. You understand? The Most High's grace is not to be used just or for abuse. It's used as a covering for your lack of knowledge, so you're not destroyed. But we are not to stay where we were. There's called the parable of the talents that we are to receive. The Messiah came and he says there's the increase. So we are not to stay at the same place and comfortable, like, well, I've been calling him Lord and he's the Lord. And you found out that the Lord is actually Baal. At the judge, you will start to be held accountable for that. These things will be counted against you for those who don't know. That's why the Bible says, diligently seek out the truth and study to show ourselves approved. They said, the Bible says, my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Not because, I'm paraphrasing, not because I didn't give them the knowledge, but they rejected the knowledge when I brought it to them. And because of it, I will reject you and your children. That's Bible. Okay? I paraphrased it. Like, y'all, I'm going to put it up on the screen. So when people quote that quote about my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, you got to continue the script. He says, you reject the knowledge when I bring it. Oh, he going to have his righteous children that's going to teach you. Like this young man is teaching. Now, remember, we are on all different levels. So, he's at a beginner level, right? So he talked about it's Baal, the Lord, and then he just literally said, but God is the Lord, But again, we all start at certain places. You understand? But you ought to be growing in spirit and in truth. That's what religion has done, has dumbed everyone down. So when you go to church, they don't teach you nothing. They just want to entertain you, right? They tell you the same old stories over and over again. They play music, din, 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 din. You dance around, you put money in the pot, you have a big party, and you turn around and you come back, you go back to your sin and transgression, you just keep coming back, and you say, his name, I believe in Jesus, I'm covered by the blood, and I'm saved. That is a lie from the lake of fire. You got a work to do. You heard? Righteousness, repentance, parable of talents. There's increase that you are supposed to have and do. The righteous. Let's continue.
Constantly. So Paul is militates against that spousal relationship. So Baal is the principal demon of impurity. So that's the first thing that comes in. The actions of Baal is to separate the procreative act to its intended natural law end, which is children. So he's separating sex from procreation, but he's a demon of impurity. And
he's desecrating the procreation act and sex act, because everybody listen clearly, sex and procreation are two different acts. Animals, the animal kingdom, they only have the process of procreation. They are made lower than us. We have two processes. For the act of a male and a female coming together and their bodies becoming one. There's one instance of procreation when we come together to create another part of ourselves. But there's another act that is called, I guess, copulation, or we call it sex in the English language. I got to find out what that is in the original Habariya tongue, right? Let me write that. Right? Because I need the biblical word for it, right? So that's when it's a pleasure, it's a two becoming one, a pleasure thing that comes. That's why the Bible gives instructions of the marriage. That's why the marriage bed shall not be defiled. So before we do that act, we're supposed to be married under the Most High. I ain't talking about married in Babylon. I ain't talking about married to the beast, all that certificate you sign with the beast. That don't mean nothing to the Most High. That's why the divorce rate is 70%. I'm talking about the real marriage. You understand? Biblical. Between you, your wife, and the Most High, or your husband and the Most High. Now, there's a covenant that you make. And before the two become one in that act, the marriage, you are to be one, right? Before you become in that act, you are to be married under the Father. So when you commit that act, the two become one, right? You take on each other's spirits. Now, in that process, there is instructions that the Most High give that during the marriage, you shall not deny one another bodies. So in that act, her body really belongs to me and my body really belongs to her. It's really mine, it belongs to the Most High, but there's a covenant I made that I can't and she can't withhold. We are not to withhold our bodies from one another for a long period of time, or for enough of time to make the other go into a famine or lack or to harm. So there is a grace, right? Like on the seventh day, we are supposed to withhold the holy day from the act, but also, you know, if a woman, right, or a man, if they don't feel like procreating, you can, you know, we give grace and allowance, like, okay, but you can't stretch it out. Where a brother or sister's like, it's been 6 months, 7 months, and I can't not procreate, but I can't have the act of releasing myself, this act of what we call sex. The physical act that happens when the man and woman come together, and when you have that release, it's the highest form of exhalation of in the earth, in the fleshly sense. It's the highest form of exhalation, right? Exhilaration, or kind of, I'm trying to look up a word. It's not happiness. Like your flesh is really exhilaration, I could say. That's the best word I can look for. In this fleshly existence, it's the highest form. So the reason why the two become one is so that, the reason why you can't deny one another for a long period of time is so that the spirits of the seducing spirits won't attack your husband or wife when they're at that time that their body, that's why animals go into heat. Listen clearly, guys. You see, it's laws of our DNA, of our temple. The body has law too, right? Everything has laws under the Most High. The spirit, your mind, your soul, the body, the flesh. The fleshly laws, there's a time when you go into what the animal kingdom call heat, right? You'll go into a heat, right? We know it's not heat, but that's what the animals call it, right? So even though a sister or brother might not really be sexually active that much, but there'll come a time, maybe 2 months, 3 months, where they'll be like, I want me some. You see what I mean? Now, if there are individuals who lack that thing, and that's a mutation, that's a disorder, right? So, and all of us are different. So some of us are more sexually active. We require more. That's why the Most High give balance. And the balance is that if you marry, that's why you got to be careful who you become one with. Because if you don't have a high sex drive, right? You have a really low sex, like you could go whatever years and you don't really care, but then you marry somebody with a real high sex drive, that's unequally yoked. It's very unbalanced. That's what the courtship and stuff is for. That's what choosing wisely is about, because you're looking at the longevity of the relationship. So you want to marry, you want to be equally yoked in all situations. And that's what courtship is about. Without touching one another, you learn each other, right? You learn the temperaments, the habits, the wants, the needs, of the other, right? Because the worst thing you could do is you be a person that really don't have a high sex drive, and then you marry some Scorpio, right? Who like it 4 or 5 times a day, you know what I mean? Every day, 7 days a week, you're gonna be into trouble. You know what I mean? Because you like, bro, I'm good for about a month or 2, right? So the Most High gave laws, all right? Thank you, Latanya. She says, I sent a cash out blessing for being my covering. Thank you so much, Latanya. I humbly receive. I thank you so much for the cash out. Thank you so much. And thank you for the super sticker. I love you, daughter of Yah. Now, everybody, somebody said something about celibate too. Let me, yep, I'm closer to Yah by being celibate. Yes. So the celibacy is now, if you're not married, then you're supposed to be celibate anyway. And it does make you closer to Yah. Now, if you are married, then of course you wouldn't be celibate, because unless both of y'all can, and that's true, you can decide in your marriage that he wants to be celibate to the Father and you want to be celibate. And if both of y'all are in agreement, then you make that covenant. That was the same thing that happened with concubines and second wives back in the ancient times. It wasn't about sex with the second wives. Like today, these people trying to get second wives, like these Israelites and stuff, they just lusting after the flesh. That's all that is. These ain't nothing but charlatans, okay? The real multiple wives that the righteous remnant will cover. That's why Sister Latanya said, I'm for being her covering. We at this ministry, the elders, me in the ministry, I'm covering my sisters who are not married. You understand? In spiritual understanding, spiritual covenant. You understand? Now, that, and it's going to come later too, because the Bible says 7 women will cleave to one man. This is in the dark times. It won't be about sex. So these people who's trying to do all that with polygyny stuff, they just trying to smash. They just want to smash a bunch of women. That's not what it was, right? So it was about covering. So even in those times, in the ancient times, when if a young woman or an older woman was outside of the camp and in danger, and then your wife or something could ask the man of the Most High to, would you cover this woman and marry her or be a concubine, right? You cover her, you can have an agreement with her that, yes, I will cover you, right, in marriage or concubinage, but my agreement is that there will be no conjugals. And as long as she agree and you agree, that's your covenant. You see, it wasn't about that. It was about covering the sisters, covering, having them come under the family name and be covered, because there's a bunch of wild savages running around kidnapping people, selling them into slaveries and stuff like that, and prostitution and stuff, right? It's going to come back to that later as this world gets darker. So anyway, I'm just breaking down the difference between the sex and procreation. Now, for those who get to a point where they're like, you know what, I ain't trying to be married, or I'm going to be celibate until I find marriage. Absolutely, you become one with the Father. It's a purity, it's a cleansing. That's the greatest thing you can do, is to get that energy under control, because that sex is a portal. You understand? It's the highest entrance into your physical. The highest entrance door, the biggest door, Dalayat portal, into your physical is through the act of sex. It's through that entrance, the vajayjay of the sister. It's through the little hole of the man, okay? The little pee hole, the little hole when the man goes in, right? Because that's what the fluids, the things that go into the man going through that little hole. You understand? And then the man ejects himself into the woman. She has a big hole. You know what I mean? That's how the man enters. So that's the transfer of spirits, where the two become one. You understand? And you transfer all type of physical stuff too. But I'm talking spiritual, right? So that act is the strongest portal, the biggest of them all. Okay, that's the transgression. So what this brother is breaking down on the screen about Baal, about Moloch, about Remphan, about all these different names that they call these Anunnaki fallen angel gods, it all goes back to the desecration of procreation, the desecration of sex. So he says, in some ancient cultures, Baal is the god of impurity, and it's a desecration of the procreation act. And the actual desecration is to go. So the vagina is the bearer. It's a portal of life, what the Most High created. The man enters the woman and plants his seed, and it brings forth the fruit, right, through the vagina. But then there's an exit, okay? And that's at the rectum, the end of the rectum. And that's an abomination. That's the biggest transgression, and that's what Hasatan was. The first Baphomet, the first androgynous, the first he-she, the first. So honestly, there was something that went down with him, Adam and Eve. That's the first Nicki Minaj Trois thing. It was some violation going on there. All right. That's why they start talking about babies immediately, and seeds, and her seed and the serpent seed. You understand? So, and Cain was the serpent seed. Okay. First killer, first liar, first adulterer, first eat flesh and blood, first, right? Now, first unalive. Sorry, I said that word. Now, that's why the biggest desecration that they can do against mankind is to get you to violate the creative center. the creation center. We were created in the image of the Most High. So the creation center is between your legs, not behind you. That's an exit for both of us. So if they get you to violate that, it opens a portal, a forbidden door. The act of sex or procreation opens the biggest portal of your whole physical existence of mankind. So when they get you to desecrate that act and do the forbidden, it opens the opposite door, portal. That's Baphomet, Baal, Moloch, Remphan, Athera, Asherah, Astaroth. You can name all of the deities. They just have different names. Same action. That's why everything is about that desecration. It's about non-male and female making you Baphometic. You see, non-gender, it's going opposite of the Most High's creation, the degradation. You see, the Hasatan is not the author of creation, but recreation, recreation. You understand? So he replicates, he duplicates, he's a copier, he's a thief, he's a liar. Okay. All right. Let me continue.
They come in different names. They get repurposed, recycled in different names in different cultures and different time periods. After Baal, Asmodeus. Asmodeus is the principal demon of homosexuality, male homosexuality. So once you separate procreation from the marital act, sex becomes only ordered towards individual pleasure, then sex between men, as St. Paul
and
said.
It's not covered. So he's correct. Once you separate the act, procreation, see, he's working his way. He doesn't understand the difference between procreation and the sexual act. But he's correct. Once you separate procreation or the sexual act from the union, the marriage under the Most High, the two becoming one, it becomes unlawful. Okay, so you've broken the covenant. So now you're uncovered. So you're automatically illegal. Okay, so now whatever act that go forth from that is not blessed. It is actually cursed. Yes, it is. That's why so much of our lives are cursed, because a lot of us were conceived in sin. You see, in transgression. Our parents weren't married. They weren't one with the Father. A lot of them were in all type of sin and transgression, right? So we smash and we don't understand the spiritual implications. So he's correct. It's just about, it's all sin outside of the marriage bed. And that's why he said the marriage bed shall not be defiled. So you don't bring the defaming things into the union, the two of you serving the Most High. So your act, your marriage bed, the act that you do, it's covered. It's not unrighteous, it's righteous. You understand? But anything outside of that is unrighteous. And we are not to be doing that act when she's expelling her menstruation. You're not to be doing all of these other acts that Hasatan then introduced. Going in her back door and all this other stuff. They got women going into men's back door and licking his booty and all this stupid, nasty stuff that everybody's into. That's Baphometic. It's fallen angel. Okay? It's all sin. All right, let's continue.
As in Romans, they began lusting men for men and women for women. After Asmodeus is Leviathan, principal deity of female homosexuality, of the masculine kind. And then Lilith, which we see playing out in scripture, Ashtoreth, Ishtar, Inanna. These are different names for her. This is the seductive, but female lesbian and bisexual and female lesbianism. And then finally,
all right, so he's doing good. He's doing his best. So yes, he's correct. So when he's talking about Inanna, right? Talking Suma, talking Acadia, right? You're talking Astarte, right? And you're talking Asherah, right? Athera, right? Semiramis, okay? You're talking Easter, Ishtar, that's Easter, right? So that's where they get the Easter eggs and the bunny and all that type of stuff from, right? So all of these are just different names through the different cultures throughout the time frames for the same spirits, fallen angel deities, okay? And what these fallen angel principality deities, what their principal transgression that governs their powers is, right? So each of them have a principal transgression that governs their powers, all right? And they just took on different names throughout the different cultures. They just call them different names, but they are the same deities.
The fifth general, if you will, is in the modern period, we call him Baphomet, which is a repurposing in many ways and shares many characteristics of Moloch, which is the god of child sacrifice. Now, the three main ones, Baal, Ishtar or Ashtoreth, and Moloch, are the three main ones that the Israelites kept falling into. One was used fertility, for divine favors, or for war, fertility, and to appease in times of great need. So
and he's correct. And the Israelites fell into it because they kept serving the other nations' gods. Okay? That's where you get Yahweh from. Most people don't know that. Okay? That's why when they come in, they be like, Yahweh. I'm like, no, it's another fallen angel god. You just don't know that. So when they come here and they see we have the name Yah, they think we're talking about Yahweh, and we're not. We're talking about Yah or Yahweh, right? But you need to understand the language to understand who that is. And once you understand that, you'll understand that that's the original pictograph Habarayah tongue. Before, not when our ancestors went and followed the Sumerians, the Akkadians, right? The Ugaritians, right? The Phoenicians, before they started serving their gods and mixing Yah's name with another fallen angel god. That's where you get the Yahwehs. No disrespect, but that's where you get the Yah-oo, right? There was no vowels in the original Habarayah. No disrespect to nobody, all right? Study and show yourself approved, right? We all start somewhere, all right? I'm not trying to disrespect or nothing, but you have to understand, when you understand in Acadia is when the first vowel was the first U. There's no U sound. There's no A, E, I, O, U. There's the breath of Yah, Hayah. There is, so once that's the fallen angels. So they started to, as the Bible always says, the children of Jacob, the Yasharalites, they always followed the other nations. They was always wanting what the Joneses covered in their neighbor's stuff. That's the sin and transgression. So they always transgressed the Most High. He was never good enough what the Most High was given to the children of Jacob, right? The blackety blacks. They were stiff-necked, stubborn, hard-headed, and rebellious. And they kept transgression. And they kept wanting what the other nations got. You know that from the Bible when they asked for a king, right? And the Most High said, I am your king. Come on, bro. Like, why y'all always want with them? Well, we want another king. The other nations got a king, so he gave them King Saul. See? And he knew what King Saul was going to do. But again, they stiff-necked and stubborn. They always coveting their neighbor's stuff. They always wanted what the other nations had. They were never satisfied with just the Most High. That's why the Bible called it meek and humble is who inherit the kingdom. Lowering yourself. He's in the simplicity, not in the extravagance, the Most High. Hasatan gives you the extravagance. Hasatan is in the details. He gives you all the extra frills and bells and whistles, but it's really a pseudo giving, because at the end, it's actually just an illusion, a mirage. He takes it all back and stabs you in the back. What the Most High gives you is eternal riches, eternal treasures, forever. They don't rot away like moth and rust, by moths and rust. They're eternal treasures. We store up our treasures in the Most High, and the Shemitic treasures, not on earth, where they'll rest away. You can't take it with you. And we're only a blip in this earth existence. Your eternity will be spent in the presence of the Most High in your treasures. But Hasatan get people to store up their treasures here. Everything is here in this temporal, not in the eternal. See, less is more. It's reverse. That's why the Bible said, he who is raised on earth will be lowered. So it's always a lowering yourself, a humbling yourself. He gives you increase. He gives you prosperity. He gives you what you need. But Hasatan tries to care about all what you want. It's about YOLO. It's about greed. I want. It's greed. It's sin. It's gluttonous. You see? So praise the Most High. Ah, yes, the El Nana. And that's a Sumerian fallen angel deity. That's one of the first. Inanna. That's the El Nana. Inanna is one of the first. Hakyama, she put our lesson up. And you watch that, we reading the books, we put it all on the screen, right? We do all that in this ministry. So she put the link up, and y'all get to watch that. The Inanna breakdown. All right, we go into Acadia, we go into ancient Sumer, we go through the Epic of Gilgamesh, the Atrahasis, you see, all through the library of Ashurbanipal, the Vedas. We go through everything in this ministry. You heard? That's why when people come here with their little TikTok knowledge, they really have no idea where they at. That's why I'm like, you need to look at the catalog first before you come here, because you've seen us on some current event topic, and you come here thinking, Yahweh is this, and thinking you dropping off your little TikTok knowledge. I'm like, it's okay, Tink Tink. I know you think you're on your way, but you really don't know as much as you think you do. And that's a big foolish thing, is to go somewhere and know not where you are, right? You haven't studied to find out who this person is. Where am I really at? And you start running your mouth. And that's why they come and they get themselves in trouble when they come in and try to be all deep, unless you're humble enough, right? Because I can receive your wisdom. I can learn from you as well, right? But they come in and drop off this knowledge and think they know something, and think they think we some like these other channels. You have no idea. You better go to the catalog and go back, and you'll realize, wow, okay, okay, this is the house of the Most High. Maybe sit down, right? Let me sojourn with my brothers and sisters. I can drop off my knowledge, teach them some, but I can learn some things. You know what I mean? Yeah, they tings. That's where it's set up. I receive them and I try to get them, because they come here all heady, full of head knowledge. You understand? Not understanding it takes a lowering first, an emptying of the wineskin. So they come with a lot of full of old wine, right? So the same way that I'm doing with the brother on the screen, right? I'm receiving, I can see where he at, so I can understand. So when things where he go a little off, where he don't know yet, I can correct it, but I'm not disrespecting him. I'm still seeing he on his path and on his journey. And we're all at different places. I was at a time years and years ago when I was like, a novice. Well, I was learning, but I was humble. I would empty and I would, discern, and I would go to the Most High, and I would, over time, your righteousness and you're diligently seeking out the truth, then you become what? One with the word, one with the truth. So praise the Most High for understanding, for discernment. In all things get understanding. You heard? All right, let's continue.
So those are the, roughly speaking. Again, it gets complex.
So is this almost like a hierarchy of specific sins? Does that make, like, if you were to put every genre of sin into some type of a, for lack of a better word, a kingdom, chain of command, organization of demons.
It's actually devils, not demons, but yes, he's correct.
This sounds like you have one.
Everybody get in the habit of saying devils and not demons, because they're not demons. The Bible calls them all devils. He never calls them demons. Mankind has added that stuff into religion and got you. Demons are disembodied spirits of the Nephilim, right? So they ain't got really no power at all, honestly, but to just influence your thoughts. That's it. The devils are what possess you. They're devils, right? When the Messiah went to that, we are legion, many. Those were devils. The man was filled with devils, not no demons. Again, more spiritual warfare, because some devils come out by name, right? So if you don't even know what you're fighting against, you call a devil a demon, he right there know that you literally have no idea who he is. See what I mean? You know, it's like going into a fight and you call in a professional MMA fighter, I don't know, a novice. You understand? You have no idea. The spirit realm automatically knows you have no idea, no spiritual warfare, or what level you are. All right? So your first course of action is stop calling anything a demon. They are devils. The demons are things that they chatter. Okay? Demons, they outside, they chatter, right? They get in. The way that a demon gets into you is through a devil. Let me explain. A demon cannot get entrance into you unless a devil possesses you. Then he latches into the devil because the devil is a spirit. So he needs an entrance. So what he does is the demon it talks like, look at her. She ain't nothing. Wants to make you jealous of someone, envious of someone, hate someone, angry at someone. It comes in through your emotions. So a demon will use an event and try to chatter. It's the thought that you hear. It's like a buzzing gnat, right? And once you go through with the act, you open yourself for a devil. A devil is a sabayoth. They call it Sabaoth in Canaanite Hebrew, and they call it host, heavenly hosts in English transliteration, right? There's light heavenly hosts and dark heavenly hosts, right? I ain't talking about the physical heavenly hosts like the sun, moon, and stars, the spiritual heavenly hosts, the Sabayoths or Sabaoths in the Canaanite Hebrew and original pictograph Hebrew, Sabayoths. Now, the devils are the opposite of gods. It's just a completion, kalalaya. Everything has a completion. So where there's a God, the complete 360 complete 180 of it is the devil. It's just a kalalaya, it's a completion. And you get what you call on. So in your spirit, what you are and what spirit you in righteousness, you're going to always call on the righteous Sabaoth, heavenly hosts. But the minute you start doing sin and transgression, your actions call on the unrighteous, the opposite heavenly hosts. Okay? Now, so like if you righteous and you call on truth, you're going to get the righteous heavenly hosts of truth. Right? That's Amayat. These are spirits. Most people don't know. That's why they took the tongue out and they don't teach you spiritual warfare. They're all spirits. They're living spiritual beings, okay? But if you're in an unrighteous state of sin and transgression and you try to call on Amayah truth, you're going to get a lie. You're going to get the opposite. Everything is your own making with your free will, what you call on. The world calls it yin yang. They call it, what they call that thing? To karma. They call it, right? It's what you give, what you get. That's true Shemaic law. Heavenly law under the Most High. And this is spiritual laws that govern every existence because the spirit governs the physical, okay? That's why you got to get your spirit man right first to control your flesh. The flesh is wicked and evil because of Adam and Eve with their transgression, right? That's that Baphometic thing that they partaked in and they opened the dark portal to the second world, all right? So the demons, they only come in through a portal that you open by acting out with your free will, even on something that they was trying to chatter in your ear. You see what I mean? By you committing the act. You see what I mean? So if a demon puts a thought in your ear as you trying to be righteous, and a demon is chattering in your ear, do that drug or smash that boy or smash that girl or, you know what I mean, trying to do the sisters and brothers or do this transgression that you know is a transgression. Once you go through with the act, then you open the portal that whatever transgression you committed, that's what this brother's talking about on the screen. He said these devils, they're not demons, they are a principality over a certain sin. So he's correct. What he's speaking on is every sin has a principality over it because it's all spirit. Yes, those are Sabaoths, heavenly hosts. So every sin, he's correct. Now, there's principalities over each one, right? That's why they name them Enki, Enlil, Inanna, Asmodeus, Moloch, Remphan, Chemosh, Baal, right? So they're named different things, right? Through different times. Osiris, they got different names for these principalities over sin, okay? So that's what he's breaking down correct. So when I was saying to stop calling them demons, because you're calling a devil a demon, you actually are not fighting the right opponent. You actually show that you're weak, you have no strength, meaning you have no understanding, a lack of understanding, a lack of knowledge. That's why the Most High said my people are destroyed for this lack of knowledge, right? That don't mean you destroy physically. People are destroyed spiritually and don't even know it because they don't know who they're fighting against. They have no idea how to fight in the spirit realm. So they're being destroyed daily. You understand? Because they can't fight spiritually. People who can fight physically. I can show you a big 250-pound dude that can knock everybody out physically, but in the spirit realm, he's a weakling. In the spirit realm, he's a baby. He can't conquer nothing in the spirit. It ain't about the physical. All right. So once you start to call these entities devils, and then you understand that the demons are disembodied spirits of the Nephilim, right? Who died on the earth from the watchers sleeping with the daughters of men, and their bodies can't, their spirits can't go to Abraham's bosom or to Sheol, the holding places, to await the judgment. So it roams right here, looking for a body to enter, but it can't enter a body unless it have a host. Listen, guys, a heavenly host. That's the Sabaoth, the heavenly host. Once you sin and transgress, you open yourself for a heavenly host, dark, to enter you. Now a demon can latch on. The demon that latches on to the heavenly host was the one who got you to invite the heavenly host, who got you through his speaking to you, made you commit the sin, meaning got you to act off the influence of what the demon was chattering in your ear. You see, he influenced. That's why they call social media influencers. See, in the media, right? Medium, right? Spiritual sorcery of entertainment, enter and detain in your mental. See, entering you, right? So all these things is written inside the language. And these serpent seeds who run this dark and second world, they know this. That's why all the media and social, that's what all this stuff is for. That's why they got people influencing. That's why they made the whole world influencers now. There's never been a time that the whole world are stars. Everybody can be, everybody got platform. Everybody's a radio station. Everybody's a media. Everybody's a singer. Everybody's a TV star. Everybody's a movie. Everybody got a voice. These are just, so it's a gluttonous amount of mediums entering and detaining our mental 24/7 worldwide. That's when the Bible says worse than the days of Noah. You can't, boy, if you would have said this 30 years ago, they would have been like, this person is boo-beautiful. They would have been like, boy, what you done drunk? You done drunk some Kool-Aid. If you'd have said that what exists here would have existed, you'd have said this 20, 30 years ago. You understand? You have said, shout out to Oroki in the building. You said this 100 years ago, they would have hung you and burned you by the stake, called you a witch, to say what's really happening right now. All right? So these entities, the reason why I'm teaching you about the devils and the demons because you need to know how they enter. The demons have to hitch a ride. And the way that they get a vehicle is the heavenly hosts. And that's through your free will transgression and calling on. That's why I say, don't say that you have anxiety. Don't say that you have depression. Don't say that I have this and I have that, because you're calling with your free will. You're announcing that you have this thing, so you're summoning it. These are all devils. Depression, anxiety, stress. Remember, you know how they say stress, K-I-L-L-S? Yeah, it does. And then they'll go and get 7 more, you see, and come with them. So the demon will try to whisper in your ear, you know you got anxiety, you know you got this, and it wants you to become one with it, to announce it over yourself. And once you do it, you open the portal. Now anxiety has the right to come, the devil. And the demon, the one who got you to say it and pronounce it, life and death is in the power of the tongue. Whatever you speak manifests, it becomes life. He hitches a ride with that devil. And now you have the devil of anxiety, which was going to bring others like stress and others. And then you have a demon that's inside of your temple. Now he's talking to you from the inside. See, guys, a whole different thing from him speaking on the outside through your ear. Now he's on the inside of your temple speaking. And as long as that devil stays, he can stay. If somehow you repent and you become righteous and you rebuke and you learn and you cast out that devil of anxiety, of stress, of envy, of hate, or whatever it is, that demon got to go with it. So demons, they don't really have no power. They have the power of influence. They just talk. The devils are the danger. Very, very dangerous. And they just sit waiting for you to summon them. You summon them by your actions. That's why the Messiah said, it is your deeds. Everybody. And like my brother Oroki, so this people who don't even believe in the Bible, you ain't got to believe in the Bible for this, what I'm teaching now. This is spiritual warfare, right? So this ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. Well, it do got something to do with the Bible, but you ain't got to believe in the manuscript to understand what the spiritual laws that I'm teaching right now, right? Because things, even no matter what you believe in, they're spiritual. I know you believe in the spirit realm. If you don't believe in that, then people are crazy. Then you just lost. If you don't think that there's a spirit realm and things going on, right? All right, things outside of the physical. So anyway, praise the Most High. All right, so let me get back to what he's dropping down. So these brothers, they on it, but they at a kind of an elementary level, which most people is, right? But I could bring a deeper understanding of what, but this brother is correct what he said.
You have every genre of sin into some type of a, for lack of a better word, a kingdom.
Let me go back to what he said at the beginning of it.
Specific sins.
Again, it gets complex.
These gods is this almost like a hierarchy of specific sins? Does that make, like, if you were to put every genre of sin into some type of a, for lack of a better word, a kingdom, chain of command, organization of demons, this sounds like you have one head demon or false god,
and then 5 generals
over that specific sin
that would distribute their kingdom into 5. Now, other writers, ecclesial writers, would had 7.
I mean, so
I
there's
was about to say he's labeling them 5. Some say 7. But they're going off doctrine. But there's a lot of truth in the doctrine. I apologize for the dude down there with the bunny. I forgot to cover him, right? Because it's kind of wicked looking, But that he got this crazy looking bunny costume on while this is going on. But anyway, So I meant to cover it. I just was rushing to get this live stream up.
There's a child sacrifice. That's a sin, right? So there's a child sacrifice.
That would distribute their kingdom into 5. Now other writers, ecclesial writers, would had 7.
I mean, so there's a child sacrifice. That's a sin, right? So at the top of that sin is Moloch.
Right. Yeah.
So how did Baal, Moloch, Ishtar, all these false gods? I mean, how did they get the word out to the people that they want people to sacrifice children, they want them to engage in homosexuality, and all that? How does it come about?
Well, I think man is, as St. Augustine said, is created towards God. Our hearts are restless. They find only rest in God, in him. And so man is created philosophically as a homo religiosus. Man is a religious being, and man is religious by nature. We're
wrong. No, we're not. Man is spiritual being. Man is spiritual by nature. See, they're like an elementary level. So I get where they going. Praise the Most High that they at least trying to, the mad one. They're at least trying to understand, right? You got to start somewhere. Shout out to Ya Allah. Thank you for your donation, Ya Allah. Humbly receive, daughter of Yah, right? But no, he's wrong. Man is not a religious being. Man is a spirit. Religion, man created religion, right? So this is where they mix in. That's why he keeps calling them gods. So the other one, he made a mistake and he said these are false gods. No, God and the devil is the same thing. It's 2 opposites of the spectrum, all right? These gods are devils. You understand? It's their unrighteous, their darkness that makes them devils. But if they was doing righteous acts, they would be gods. It's just the terminology for 2 ends of the spectrum. The kalalaya, the completion. The Most High created everything in completion. That's why at the beginning, darkness, and then because he is the light, and then in his physical creation, after he created, he separated the light from the darkness. Do you understand? It's always a duality, okay? So no, mankind is not religious. I know what he means, but the wrong words, remember, words are life. The wrong words can cast spells on you as well. So the wrong words can hinder you, right? Because you summon things with the words. But this is when the Most High's grace cover you. So I think that these brothers right here are striving to find the truth and righteousness, so the Most High's grace will cover them for their little errors that they're making. And hopefully, as long as they keep striving and trying to be righteous, they'll keep growing and they'll learn more, and they empty the wineskin, right? Everything is needed on your journey, on your path to your election, right? So there's things that you learn when you first pick up that later you cast away, but they were needed on your part of that journey. That's what the Bible always tells you, empty your wineskins. You understand? Don't hold on to old wine that becomes stale. So you have to continue to replenish. It's reborn. Empty yourself, remake, reborn. You become fresh. Otherwise you get stale. You understand? It get rotten, right? What happens to stale things, right? It becomes defecation, it rots, you know what I mean? So praise the Most High. So anyway, let's continue.
We're made from God. We come from him. We're image and likeness, and something about us drives us back to union with him.
Right, and that's not religion, that's relationship. He's correct. We're made from the Most High, created in his image, likeness being, and we are supposed to become one with him in the spirit, okay? Because he is spirit, all right? That's not religion. That's spirituality, bro. It's a relationship with your creator, your father.
Like, remember you've probably shown your kids the show The Iron Giant, right? In the end, he blows up, and then he's starting to bring himself back together to God. And we're kind of like that. We're blown up as humans, but little by little, we bring ourselves back together and we're driven back to God. And so they present and some aspect of God, or some aspect of connection.
Now, you see the difference, guys? Listen what I'm teaching y'all, and listen how he keeps saying God. Now, they literally just talking about all these other gods. So why do you keep saying God? Right? Because it's like, which God? Who are you talking about? But people don't understand this is what they wrote in religion to make you call on the Lord, make you call on God. The Most High ain't a God. The Most High creator of all things, he is. He is the great I am. Ayah. Okay? Asha Ayah. Right? Asha Ayah. I am that I am. He exists. He is. He's not a God. He creates gods. He's the creator of all things. So to make him a God is lowering him. To make him a Lord is making him created. Because gods are created. Lords are created. He is the creator. So the great device of the serpent was to write his likeness and have religious people make the Most High into a God and call him God. When he says there's thousands of gods, don't present them before me. That's what it means when he said, do not put them before me. You got to know the Habariya tongue, the original manuscript, to know it meant do not present them before me. Don't bring them in front of me. I don't receive these gods. Okay? He is not a God. He is the creator of all things. All right. He is. So again, the Most High's grace covers us when we don't know these things. This is an election, right? So I'm not saying that they're not uncovered for this, right? Because I see they're trying to seek the Most High, creator of all things, right? But I'm showing you, remember, you know them by their fruit. And once you get the election, you can see it. That's when your eyes become open, your spiritual eyes, right? And you can start to see once you learn, you're like, wow, I would have never saw that before. And you can see, like, so they literally just calling them gods and saying all these gods. So then why do you keep saying the Most High is God? Don't he have a name? So you mean to tell me you don't know your Bible enough to know that he has a name? And he said we have to come in his name, be called by his name. His name is protection. His name is covering. His name is anointed. His name, his name, his name, his name. They say it thousands of times through the Bible. His name. So why wouldn't you know his name? All right.
With the divine.
It's because they're confused, Sister Kelly. I think, now some of them, you're right, some of them could be willfully trying to confuse, like the organizations. But a lot of the people who, like their leaders and these ministers and stuff, they just starting on their journey. So they read the books and they read. That's why he's like, Asmodeus, he said Asmodeus was this one in Leviathan. I'm like, bro, Leviathan is the king of them all. You learned that Asmodeus thing from the, when did Asmodeus come out? I would have to find out which civilization did Asmodeus. I used to know it, but I learned so many of it. I can't pinpoint which one it was. Is it the Phoenicians or the Ugaritians? Ancient came out, somebody. So that's later. All right. So anyway, praise the Most High. Oh, I forgot, Hakim. I had the other questions. I was supposed to do the questions for the what's the name when we was doing the Nolan Wells stuff, and I never did the questions, and I went into this whole. Oh man, I'm sorry, guys. Hakyama, can you give me some of the questions? I know you're not on screen, but I don't know if you're able to talk. You could probably talk without the screen being on too.
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I can hear you. I apologize, guys.
This is from Espresso. They said, who is that on the far right? Looks like he's in his mid-30s, and this was when we were doing that interview video.
That's the lawyer, the Trump lawyer dude who's threatening everybody. Go ahead to the next one.
This next one is from right. They say, what's the story with these guys? Are they acquainted? Are they? I'm sorry. Are they acquitted now? I'm from Sweden, and this was regarding that clip as well.
Okay, yeah, they never been charged, so they're not acquitted. It's just the public is thinking they were the last ones to be with Nolan, and a lot of the public is thinking they have something to do with his unaliving, but they've never been charged, so they're not acquitted. They just getting these lawyers. They doing all this guilty looking stuff and making themselves look more guilty. I'm gonna get back to it, Maraba. Yeah, I'm gonna close out with this. Let me just do a couple of these questions. Go ahead, Akama.
Chaos Avelita says, "Where's Bart?"
Bart is smart. Bart ain't there. You don't want to be there. You wouldn't want to be there because you putting yourself in the spotlight and they looking mad guilty, and everything they saying can be used against them. If they actually get pulled into a court of law, they're gonna be screwed. Because a lot of their stuff they're saying they contradicting themselves, and they're gonna have to stick to a timeline and everything. So Bart is smart not to be speaking and not to be seen. Go ahead, Akim.
This next one is from Forsaken. They say, "Is this their lawyer, Edward Paltzik?"
Yep, that's him. That's him, Piggy in the brain. So that's him, the super bad Billy Butt bad lawyer, but looking like with his hat on, looking like one of the boys. Go ahead again. Go ahead, Akim.
Next one from Richard Muirhead. He says, "Why call him officer regarding Tatum?"
Because that's what his titles. That's his name of his channel. So I'm saying it so when I speak to him, right? When I say his channel is called the Officer Tatum, right? His channel could have been King Tatum or something, you know what I mean? So he's not an officer no more. So I'm calling him Officer Tater Tot because that's what his channel is called. Just so people know who we're talking about. Go ahead.
Another one from Richard. He says, "How did she get his phone back regarding Nolan's mother?"
Javon's mom and they went and got it back. They got the people in the house to give it over. They went through a lot of mess to get it, but they finally got it from where was it at? Wyatt's house? Jack's? No, Jack had the keys. I think the phone was at Wyatt's house. It was at one of their houses. It's been so long ago, I forgot whose house it was. Go ahead. Yeah, his channel is called Officer Tater Tot. Go ahead, Akama. What's the next?
The next one is from Captain Krusty Pants.
His name was Captain Krusty Pants? Oh, I wish I would have did this a long time ago. Yeah, I think it was Warren's house, Laura. Yeah. I wish I would have did this back when we was, I messed up. I dropped the ball. I was supposed to do it right at the time we was on that subject. I forgot. I apologize. His name is Captain Krusty Pants. That is hilarious. Go ahead, Akiyama. What is his question?
He says, "Was Carmelo Anthony guilty according to the video evidence, in your opinion?"
In my opinion, no. Now, how I'm going to say this is I believe, according to my evidence and all the breakdowns we did, that his act was self-defense because there were 6 brothers attacking him. They actually jumped him, right? RIP to Austin. His brother, I forgot his name now, it's been so long. Austin's brother, what's his name, guys? He was the one, he said, "Ma'am, I did this, then my brother stepped up and we did this." They grabbed it like, so if 5, 6 people approach you and 2 of them put hands on you and grab you and do all that, and you can defend yourself. It was a threat to his life. And these were big boys. Thank you, Hunter. Thank you, Sister Kelly. And these boys were 200 and some pounds. And the crew, they called themselves the Big Boys Club. And they were known in that town to be bullying people. And Carmelo was little, all right? Carmelo was only like 5'6", 130, right? So they 6 foot 200, and there's 6 of them. All right. So at what point do you not have self-defense? So yeah. Now I don't know the specifics of how it went down. Yeah, Mary Hunter, how it went down. If because there's just so many conflicting stories, right? Then we know about them throwing something in the trash, and there's so many different. It reminds me of the Nolan Wells case. So many different cover-ups and variables. So I believe that he was defending himself. I'm not too sure if, because you got other narratives that said they fell on a knife, what's the name, pushed them on it. He didn't have it, somebody else did it. So it's so many different narratives. But the only thing that I believe is that he was defending himself, and he was a good child. He was. He wasn't a bully, and those were some tough dudes, and they were bullies. Yeah, they was. That's history. The Bible says you know them by their fruit. Not saying bad people can't become good people. I was never a bully, but I used to be outside. I was, a rough guy, but I was never a bully. I would never mess with people. I protect people. And that's what Carmelo was. Carmelo protected people, like the special needs people and stuff, right? Special Olympics and stuff. He was known for that. So Carmelo was a very good child. You understand? No trouble. He was a good child. And just like they're saying Nolan was. And so yes, I believe he was defending himself. All right? And he was railroaded by his lawyers. So again, hopefully in the new retrial with the new lawyer team now, that they can get some type of justice from where the judge and the lawyers failed. All we want, the children of the Most High, the righteous children on this earth of the Most High, we just want justice and equality. We just want things to be meted out equally. Okay, that's it. Praise the Most High. Go ahead, Akiyama.
The next one is from Common Sense Sue. She says, Wyatt and Bart opted out, I guess, of the interview.
Yeah, smart. Wyatt ain't been in an interview either, has he? Smart. You need to stay. I would stay away. Trust me. If I had anything to do with that, it'll be two ways that I would go about it. But they got money, so they don't need that. If I ain't have no money, right, I'll be like, boy, this is time to get a ticket, right? I'll be on every show. I'll be on Tea Time with Tony. I'll be on Tater Tot Live at noon. I'll be on the Radio 1 at 3. I'll be like, y'all gotta finish. I gotta make my rounds. I'll be like, I'm about to get me a bag out of this. You know what I mean? But these boys, they rich. Their parents got money. They don't need the spotlight. They don't need, like if I was, I'm telling you the truth, not now. I'm righteous. So I wouldn't, I'm talking about my old life. My old life when I was in the world, right? Like them, right? Now I'm a man of the Most High, none of that. But in my old life, and I was in the world, and something happened, and I was in the boat, even if in my old life, I wouldn't have had nothing to do with unaliving nobody. Because in my old life, when I was in sin, I would have been the type that would stop people from harming someone. I was always like that, a protector. So no matter what, I wouldn't have been involved in unaliving. But if I'm in the ship and everybody's going, I'm about to get, I could get in trouble. Well, then I might as well I'm gonna take advantage of the spotlight, right? I'm gonna get as much as I could get. But they don't need that because they family, they got money, right? The only one who really didn't have money in this whole scenario is Katie. She the only one who family don't have a bag, right? Everybody else, all of them, they got money. They got doctor, lawyer, root money. They got better than doctor, lawyer. They got old Mississippi, that old time, wealth passed down and ties and political ties and stuff. So they don't need the spotlight. So they honestly, none of them should be on no spotlight because it's not doing them good. It's actually harming them. But that'd be the Most High exposing stuff, right? I swear, because I'll be like, well, how somebody can't see for common sense, this is not doing you good. It's actually every time they do it, that interview we just broke down, it made them look worse. Facts. And every time they do something, they look worse and worse and worse. That's why it's like, that's why that Sister Pink Panther lady, she was like, come on, please put this out so I can tear it apart. And like we did tonight. Go ahead, Akiyama. I think she might have got kicked out.
I'm here. I'm sorry.
Oh, you tired?
What did
I
you
can hear
say?
you. I said, go ahead. Was it another one?
There's a lot more.
Oh, well, I can't do them all. Then we should have did this earlier.
Yeah, the next one is from Aja. Aja says, is this the guy that lost the case for Trump?
Yeah, but he won. He lost a lot. Yeah, he did. Shout out to Aja. He lost a lot, but he won a few. But really, the ones he won, anybody, that's what the Sister Pink Panther was talking about. That's what Sister Pinky was talking about. Somebody said they call her Pinky. I'm gonna start calling her Pinky. That's what Pinky was talking about. The ones that he actually won, it was like obvious they could be won, right? So really, a lot of stuff they was doing was going the avenue of bullying. That's what he's trying to do to us, the public, right? Trying to scare us. Like, boy, please. boy, sit your little pinky in the brain looking something down somewhere. That's what I say. You've been playing in corporate America too long. That stuff don't work with the poor people. You can't scare us. He's like, I'll huff, I'll puff, and I'll blow your house down. Well, blow, I ain't got a house. So huff and puff and blow all you want. Matter of fact, I ain't got no AC, so blow, maybe it could be cool in here. Maybe that's what some of us is poor. Some people are like, well, good. Give a strong blow. Maybe a breeze could come through here because it's kind of hot. My AC broke, right? Give a strong blow. So anyway, all right. He said, boo. All right, let me get back to this. So because it's too many. Because it was, I think we got up to maybe 400 or 500 tonight on the live. But I should have did it. Akiyama, we should have did it as we was going. That's what I got to learn that skill, right? Especially because we about to get an advancement soon. You're going to see these numbers going to be going up later because I got a strategy. And once we get there, then we're going to have to navigate for me to like do the questions while we still on the topic, stop, do a question or two, play it again, do a question or two. We're going to have to like juggle so we can get, while people are here, get their questions. And I'm still working on the call-in show, right? I made a lot of advancement though. So we're going to do a meeting call, me, you, and Yana Hakiyama getting the call-in show together. All right. So let me get back to this so I can close out. All right. 4 hours, not too bad. So let me get back to this, but I'm going to close out with the spiritual warfare stuff. All right. Let's continue.
I know with the other, the preternatural, and aspect of God. That's or
You're
something.
probably gonna have to. This still got a lot to do. This thing will take me 2 more hours. I ain't about to do that. So I'm gonna do a little bit more of this because y'all know me. This thing got another like 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We could do 4 hours on 10 minutes. Right? I'm like, oh no, you ain't about to get me. All right, because I'm already tired. I only had an hour of sleep, guys.
Aspect.
I put in a lot of work, so praise y'all. I got an hour though. That hour was I'm glad I got that. So I'm really tired. So I'm gonna do a little bit more of this spiritual warfare, then we're gonna close out.
God.
And so much crazy stuff on Friday, bro. I had to scrap the whole lesson because Officer Tatum interviewed the boys today. So I was like, oh crap, I gotta catch this. He doing it at 8:00 p.m. We live at 9. I'm like, okay, I gotta rewrite my thumb. I gotta make everything over. I had to do a whole new lesson, and I did it fast. So praise the Lord. That's why we started so late. All right, let's continue. But my other lesson, I put it to the side for Friday.
They present, and so they present us back together, and we're driven back to God. We're blown up as humans. But little by little, we bring ourselves back together and we're driven back to God. And so they present and some aspect of God, or some aspect of connection with the divine or with the other, the preternatural. And the pagan Gentiles at this time, talking about the Old Testament, they didn't have the true God. That was Israel's job, to go into the nations and through their holiness convert the nations. And it wasn't until Israel.
It's still the children of Yahshua's job to go into the nations and convert the pagans, the unbelievers, to serve the Aliyah, the creator of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, what they believe is the creator of all things. Still the same. Now, I don't know who I don't know who they're saying these people are. I hope they're saying it's those people over there bombing the is not real people over there. But I don't know where this is going, because because once you start talking about Moloch, the Anunnaki, the fallen angels, you really, once you start speaking of Safariyah, the Bible, you're speaking about a lineage of people, the children of Jacob, the children of Abraham, all right? Shem's descendants, okay? And the children of Yasak, Isaac.
To the nations and through their holiness convert the nations. And it wasn't until Israel failed, right? And those who failed did not, that the church now became the new Israel.
The church is not the new. Okay, so here we go. There we go. Here we go with this Christianity stuff. That's why he's turned in talking about God. He said the Lord is Baal, but he's still calling him the Lord. So make that make sense. Everybody, the Circe, first of all, if he really understood, you see, let me explain something to y'all. No, I'm not disrespecting, but there's levels to election. So at one instance, you're trying to teach, right? This is why when I go on these panels, they're going to be screwed, right? When you're trying to teach, you're talking about all ancient deities, devils, gods. You're talking about Baal, Moloch, Asherah, Astarte. He named Inanna. So I would say to him, brother, do you not know who Circe is? Oh, yeah. So the same way you calling on the Lord and you say he Baal, but you still calling on him, what church? Who's Circe? So how you going to name these devils and don't name Circe? Again, see, the election. So everybody, ain't no church became no spiritual Israel. What the religion did, to my Christian brothers and sisters, listen clearly, you need to learn this. What religion did was take the actual truth and institute Serapis Christos. The Romans created this religion at Antioch, first called them Christians, right? From Serapis Christos, from the Aspis, right? Serapis, the Osiris and the Aspis bull, the ancient mystery gods, okay? Now, pagan gods. Now, there's other gods, and one is called Circe. That's where you get church from, okay? So, let me explain. So, this spiritual children of Israel, that's in the Bible, the spiritual circumcision from the Messiah, meaning the laws of Moses that the children of Israel followed in the flesh. The Messiah came to fulfill those laws. You understand? Now, the fulfillment of those laws, we take on the spiritual circumcision by Ashaya, fire. No longer baptism of water. That's what the actual physical circumcision that Paul talks about is like. Even if you physically circumcised, if you're not spiritually circumcised in the spirit, it has nothing to do with no Circe church. It has something to do with the remnant who assemble together in righteousness, who lower themselves, who circumcise their heart, who come out of the fleshly laws of identity, flesh, and take on the spirit of the Messiah who comes in the name of the Father, who is the path back to the garden of Eden to the righteousness, Ayadan. Ayadan is Eden, which means his presence. Where Genesis 3 and 6, where they transgressed his presence and got kicked out of his presence to bring us back to the Father. That's why his name is Yah, the Most High, is salvation. He is the one to lead us to salvation, back to the Father. You understand? So the children who of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people, who circumcise themselves and lower themselves and repent and start to live righteous under the order of Melchizedek, you understand? They become now the children of Yah, of the Most High. This is all Bible. They become the children of the Most High. This is biblical. Listen clearly. And the Gentiles who hear and cleave to them and receive and repent, they become grafted in as well as if blood-born children of the Most High. So you have the natural branch and the Gentiles who cleave through, the companions is what they call, cleave to, they become the spiritual children of the Most High. Children of the Most High is what is called through the Bible. Book of Hebrews, it's called in Isaiah, it's called in Jeremiah, all right? When it's talk about the order of Melchizedek and the spiritual circumcision of the Messiah of the children coming back. Okay, now you have those Pharisees and Sadducees who will hold on to the Mosaic laws of the flesh, right? Sin and transgression. Listen clearly. It ain't got nothing to do with no church. They ain't never say nothing about no Cersei. It's got something to do with repenting. Because the church ain't nothing but a big bunch of hypocrites. There ain't no repentance in there. Shout out to the remnant that might be in a church that's repentant, but that's a very small amount. Just like those who still following the laws of Moses, those Israelites, they ain't nothing but a bunch of sinners and transgressors as well. Do you understand? It's a remnant. And they gather together in the name of the Most High. They assemble. The Bible calls us, we congregate in an assembly. We don't become no Cersei. And the Most High don't exist in no building. Your temple is your body. That's the spiritual circumcision, Mr. Church Man. While you trying to get together in some building with a big steeple, and that ain't nothing but Nimrod's phallic symbol. Somebody that told you wrong. Got a doggone cross beam of sin and iniquity. That's a death cross. We ain't to have no idol worship. You in some Cersei church with a bunch of idol worships all over the place, crosses, and some man hanging from the cross, some death symbol, some Caesarea Borgia hanging from the cross, and you worshiping the Roman enslavers who took the original 72, whether Hellenes or Greek, who took the 72 Hebrew elders and enslaved them and transliterate the manuscript and wrote their likeness of the ancient mystery gods, of ancient Kemet and stuff in there. And the Romans came together and took Serpus Christos and called them that, the followers of the way. Sorry, not sorry. No, you don't replace the children of Yasharal because you ain't doing nothing but serving Baal. You literally said he's the Lord is Baal, and you steady calling on the Lord. That part. No. Sorry, guys. I didn't know they was doing this. Let me explain. I know you're like, Dad, did you put them up there just to roast them? I didn't know. I thought they was going to stay here. I thought they was about to bring out some Moloch, Baal, Asherah, Astarte. We got to go with the, and the Nakis and the fall. I didn't know they was about to do all this Christian. Oh, what's else? That's why I was like, hold up, bro. I'm going to have a lot of cleaning up to do. Right? This the people be calling themselves wise. And remember, YouTube everybody got a channel, right? They probably get 200,000 views, and the people sitting there watching, yeah, they really deep. These people ain't deep. These people know basics, but really don't know nothing at all. But they know better than, I give them what, I give them ting, right? Because it's you're at least coming out somewhat, right? They're at least learning about Baal and Moloch, but a lot of people stay there, right? And you'll stay, right? So the point I'm trying to make is, he'll stay calling on, he'll say Baal is the Lord, but he's still saying the Lord. You see what I mean? You'll say, sir, you're talking about the church and you don't know Circe? You don't know who it's, everybody, C-I-R-C-E, Google it. And they're going to tell you this is where they get the word church from. And she has a cup of iniquity and sorcery and drugs and pharmakeia. So, boy, it's crazy work, bro. But again, we are to come out of her. But again, now I don't know these brothers individually, so I don't know if they are willfully staying in this place or they just at this part of their progression of learning the truth, because everybody starts somewhere. So I'm not trying to be rough on the brothers and nothing like that, but I can't allow witchcraft. I can't allow a lack of knowledge to be taught, especially in this house. No. I'm accountable for every last one of y'all's souls. Do you hear me? Sister Mary's still here. Sister Mary new to our ministry. I'm accountable for Sister Mary and everybody else. You heard? That's why Latanya said, thank you for being my covering. Oh yeah, I covered every last person that ever come to this life. Everything has to be in order. It has to be to my understanding of the election that the Father, through my diligence seeking, and that which I don't know, I won't speak of. And I'll tell you, I can't cover that because I don't know. We got to leave that to the Father. Everything in this house is covered in its righteousness and spirit and in truth. So I cannot have something play on this channel and somebody else digest it and think that's why I have to stop them, right? I'm like, whoa, no. I can't let that ride. And then I got to break it down. You know what I mean? Like, no, you know, but I'm still doing it. Not, you're welcome, Elijah. I'm still doing it, not to be defaming or disrespectful to the brothers, because they could be just on their journey and it's just where they are. But I can't let it stand. I can't let y'all eat that food. It's bad food. A little leaven leavens the whole lump, right? So I can't let y'all eat some leaven, not on this channel, not when I'm aware of the leaven. No, I'm held accountable for that. No, I'm held accountable for everything because this is food. The words that you eat, what you receive is food, is spiritual food. No, I can't feed, you can't feed the Most High's children bad food. No, not in this house. Praise the Most High for righteousness and covering and order, his law and order. We don't do that here, no matter what. So I didn't know. I just knew they was breaking down the Moloch and, you know, the this and the bowling, you know, and I knew I was going to add in to, you know, spiritual warfare, but now they going into some old, you know, they doing that old, the church is the new Israel and all this crazy stuff. I'm like, bro, stop it. Y'all in there twerking. Yeah, boy, please knock it off. What church? Circe? Yeah, you're right. It is the new Israel. It's not real. You said that right. It ain't Yasha'al. You heard? It definitely ain't Yasha'Allah. It ain't Yasha'al. You heard? Somebody even told you wrong. It is the new is not real. That's the problem. Come out of her. Is not real or the crash out. You heard? They kept falling after. What did he just say? They kept following after the other gods. Baal, Moloch, and guess what? Circe. So guess what? The new church after the Romans, what they put, that's why he said we are religious beings or we are religion. We're not. What are you talking about, bro? I'm not no religious nothing. I'm a spiritual being, a creator of the Most High. Okay? Yes, Circe. It's a deity, a god. So when you look her up, Latanya, you could Google her. She'll come up. They show you a picture now. We got lessons on her. She got her red cup of iniquity, right? Circe. It's like a red and green. Some of it be green, and she's the goddess, the god of pharmakeia, drugs and potions. You know what I mean? And she's sitting there with her boobs, also seduction. She got her little see-through dress. Circe ain't nothing to play with, right? The devil's a lie. Well, welcome to the house of the Most High, right? You're gonna get up and get your spiritual check. Don't come here with no mess. I don't play no mess with nobody either, right? That's why Captain Caveman and them, what they call that dude, Captain Tazariak, right? He all over the internet, right? They love this little Captain Crash Out. had some white sister. It's horrible. So a sister in the ministry said, Unc, you got to see this. So a white sister, and she, you know how people be putting up stuff on YouTube and TikTok. So a white sister was awakening, right? And she was like, I'm just finding out that the so-called blacks, a lot of them are the children, you know, the children of Jacob, the children of Yasharel, Israel, right? So she started to awaken and receive, right? And she started to say, okay, so I'm grafted in, I can be grafted in, I need to repent, right? So I can be a companion, right? So she started to come up. So I'm watching the video as she going along. And then Captain Tazariak, this Captain Clown, ain't nothing but, that boy ain't nothing but Esau, right? Captain Tazariak, right? Scared of me. They all scared of me. For those who knew, they don't mess with me. Ain't never mess with me in years. Ain't Nan Camp. Ain't nobody in the Israelite awakening and faking and mess with this house. None of them. Bow down, right? Because these are devils. When you're a spiritual warrior, you make the devils bow. You don't suffer a witch to live. So I'm not saying this from a place of arrogance or from a place of, because I lower myself, but devils will bow. Y'all got to understand your place in spiritual warfare. You don't suffer witches to live. You're not weak. The Most High calls us spiritual warriors. You will bow down or you will be eliminated. You will be humiliated and destroyed in the spirit. You understand? Or you will lower yourself as we're called to do. That's it. So you know what they do? They don't take the fight. They don't, they leave me alone. You heard? I done called out everybody and everything, and now you hear crickets. And it's been years and years and years. Now they all over the thing, and people will mention them on the channels. What about Unc? When they mum's the word, right? Because people in the chat, like, what about Unc? Unc said this and this, and they act like I ain't say nothing. Yeah, you better, because you'll lose your platform. You'll lose all your 1,000 followers. You understand? Because nobody, let me tell you, the spirit of truth prevails no matter what. Now, what happened was really heartbreaking. So the sister was, this white sister, she's starting to awaken, right? And to the truth. And all of a sudden, a Captain Tazariak, he goes live like he does now, like he's just live something else. And she watched the video, and Captain came in. That dude is nasty. He started talking about, you are the devil, and you will be my slave, and you won't make it into Yah's kingdom because you're white, and you this, and you gonna be my slave, and broke her little heart, little tink. I was like, that is not okay, bro. Because you gotta understand, the children of Yasharel, we're called to be a light unto the Gentiles. Because they have inherited lies from their fathers as well. This is all Bible, bro. We called to be their light for them, to bring them to the Father so they can repent, so they can be grafted in. She traumatized Laria. She was like, and the video was crazy. So when the minister played me the video, my heart was broken because she was like, so she was like, so what can I do? So I'm just damned? I'm just gonna go to hell? There's nothing I can do? I can't repent? I don't know what to do. I received that y'all are the people of the book, and and I was like, my goodness. I said, write her. Write her, but then guess what? A black sister, an elder black sister. She got a YouTube channel too, I don't know her name. She looked like she's probably in her 50s, 60s. She wrote her, and she wrote her a word. She said, no. You, as a Gentile, can be grafted. She just went in. So I read the whole thing. I was like, that's good. She good. But that sister knocked it out the park. She wrote, because I was like, listen, you need to write her, get in touch with her, and let her know. You know what I mean? Just write her and let her know. And then she's like, oh, look, this sister already reached out. It was a black sister, elder sister with a head wrap in the awakening. And she she broke it down. I was like, she sounded like she watched our video. I thought like, bro, she sounded like me. I said, I swear she sounded like she been watching our videos because she broke it down. She hit it out the park. I was like, there you go. Go ahead. Save that soul. Save that soul. Don't let these Israelite crash outs. You know what I mean? Shout out to Mike X. Don't let these, I don't care who you are. That's what I don't care if you're black, purple, green, Israelite, Smizraelite, Christian, Schmistian, Israeli, Bisbeli. I don't care what you are. It's Picabelian, Discabelian, Dystopian. You can be ancient Kemet. You can be, what's them other dudes? Ephah, Bephah, Dogon, Shogun. You can be Bruce Leroy. I don't give a crap. Repent, for the kingdom of the Most High is at hand. Shout out to the righteous remnant. We stand for spirit and the truth, and we receive everybody in spirit and truth. And we are to what? We are to circumcise. We are to bring spirit, truth, and we cleanse. We cleanse you with fire. Ashaya, baptize you in fire. The Raya Hayakadas, the Holy Spirit and fire. That part. Ashaya. Praise the Most High. All right, we're gonna close now, because I definitely ain't doing no more of these dudes on the screen. Like this ting that got my blood pressure all up. They got my blood pressure all up. I'm sitting here thinking they about to drop down the Moloch and Bolel. They're talking about something that spiritual churches, the church is the new, boy, bye. Sit your butt down. Take several seats. Y'all got a lot more to learn. Repent, for the kingdom of Yah is at hand. Right? Got the crazy bunny at the bottom and all that. Y'all ain't in it. Bumped their head. They got my blood pressure all up. You know what I mean? I was having a good old time. All right. Get me started. I swear they got me hot. I'm over here sweating and stuff. That's how you know you got your blood pressure all up. I'm ready to fight in the spirit. I'm like, bro, I'm about to take it. I'm ready to kick ASS and take numbers. Oh, I'm a fighter in the spirit. I don't play with nobody. I'll receive you as a child of the Most High, but you're going to have to get into your position. You understand? And I can lower myself. That's what you're supposed to do. You know what I mean? You got to be able to lower yourself. I can receive from anybody, but don't come in with no mess. Don't come in and try to teach the Most High's children no mess. I ain't got no patience for nobody to continue the sin and transgression, like the lack of knowledge, the lack of scholarship, the thing that binds his children from knowing the full truth and the whole truth. Nah. I can't let that. The Bible said we don't let no witches to live. That's witchcraft. Even if you don't know it's witchcraft. That's the thing that's about spirituality. You ain't got to know what you're doing. You know that saying when people say, well, I didn't mean to do. I don't care what you meant to do. You didn't mean to shoot the person. It was an accident, but is the person still dead, Sister Mary? See? You didn't mean to do this. No. That ain't what your intention was. I don't care your intention. The Bible says you know them by what you did, your fruit. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. You can miss me. I don't care what you meant to do, what you did not know. I'm care about what your actions are doing, because life and death is in the power of the tongue. Every word out your mouth is manifesting something, whether you know it or not. So you not, especially in my presence, not on our channel or nowhere where I am. No, we stay in the spirit and the truth. It ain't an arrogant spirit. It's a truth spirit. Truth, everybody, is Amayah. It's fire. Truth hurt. It cuts. Truth cut to asunder. Somebody told y'all, bro, they don't know the Bible, Sister Mary. They don't know the Safariyah. The truth hurts because it is a cutting, a lowering, a humbling, a breaking down. The Most High breaks you down as he builds you up, and then he'll break you on down again, and then he rebuilds you up, and then he'll break you on down again. It's continually, it's ebbs and flows. It's emptying of the wine skin. So as soon as your wine get all full and you be all big and full of yourself, he'll chop you right on down asunder. be born again like a baby. That's continual baptism. Spiritual baptism by a Shia, by fire. They don't know this word. This the end time word. These are the children of Yah. This is the spiritual Yasharal. Spiritual Yasharal, spiritual Israel still consists of the remnant of the physical children of Yasharal. The natural branch don't get cast away. The Bible says don't boast against the natural branch. It's a remnant of the natural branch that's going to be the spiritual Yasharal, just like a remnant of the Gentiles, of the other nations. So the remnant of the natural branch is going to take their rightful election, what we're supposed to do all the time, the first time, while the crash outs of the natural branch is going to be worshiping the flesh. We, the people of the book, we are Israel, we the blackity blacks, and my melanin, and my coiled hair, and only us, only me is making it to the kingdom, and nobody else, and mine. Devil's a lie. Same crash outs of the Bible. Same crash outs of the Bible, nothing changed, different day. The Most High, the same ones that stabbed the Most High in the back over and over again. That's why we got cursed in the first place. The remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue will cleave to the house of the remnant of Yasharal. And we what? Spiritual circumcision and fire. With the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, the temple is your body. It won't be made with hands. It won't be in no church. It won't be in no building. It won't be in no domicile. It'll be your temple. Circumcise your flesh, children of the Most High, so the Most High can reside there. So the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, can reside there. So the Messiah, can reside there. And you can be one with the Father in likeness, image, nature, and function and character. Ayad with the Father, oneness. When the Messiah said we are one. Ayad. Praise his holy name, his rightful order. Praise his holy name, his rightful order. Praise his holy name, his rightful order. Let us close. Let us close.
That's all?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't hear you. What did you say? I thought you said, can I talk? Shout out, Brother Jacob Castro.
Asking if that's all for the night, and I saved the rest of the questions.
Yeah, that's it. We're going to close with the Holy Spirit. That was Yah. We're going to close with Yah. Praise his holy name, his rightful order. I'll finish the other questions on the next live stream. We're live again Friday, Eastern Standard Time, about 9:30 p.m. Be there, be square. Praise the Most High. I love you all with the love of the Father. Thank you for joining us on this live stream. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. Thank you so much for assistance. Thank you, Tamayah, for your presence. Yasha, even though I'm not sure if he was here or not, thank you to the whole ministry for your presence and being there for the new brothers and sisters. I think we probably should have had a couple of new brothers and sisters. They didn't let us get through too much of Shadow Band, but it is what it is. We got about to 400 on the live stream. We'll take it as we can get it. You heard? We take it as we can get it in this dark second world. So it wasn't that. I didn't have it full. I should have knew that. There you go. Now it's full screen. I didn't have it full screen before. But this was They Speak Again. Nolan, the boys, the Trump lawyer, Billy Badbutt, and Officer Tatum speak again. They went back to Horny Island for visit 2. Shout out to everybody that want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth outside of your feelings. Most I don't care about your feelings. Most I care about your needs. He care about the truth. He is truth. I'm a Yah. He is righteousness. You heard? So the children, we want nothing but the truth. We ain't in our feelings. All right? So praise the Most High, and the truth always will prevail. It might not look like it, but in the end, it always wins. And we are to continue to be the light. All right? Much love and respect to all of y'all. for the new brothers and sisters, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for those who left donations. And we love you all. From the house of the Most High, thank you, Zayala Yah, Abra Yah. Thank you to all the moderators who help and welcome in your brothers and sisters with a Haba Yah love, kindness, respect. Thank you for making this a safe place for the Most High's children. And thank you to the ministry, the House of the Most High Yah Ministries. I love you all. And thank you for being my brothers and sisters. And us continuing this fight. Thank you, Delaris Yah. We went somewhere. All right? Peace and blessings, everybody. Shalom means peace and blessings of the Most High unto you. All right. Shalom, Sister Kelly. Everybody, A. Sandoval. May the Most High cover and bless you. Brother Mike X. May y'all go forth and be the light in this dark second world. Remember, greater is he that is within you. Remember that lesson with the one I played with the little baby? When the little baby, when he said, I love you, and the baby opened his eyes, that's the Father. He exists in the stillness. When things get too rough, when things get too trying and taxing in your life, and you're frustrated, go to a quiet place, be still. You have to form a relationship with the Father. For those who don't believe in the Father, I can't help you on that one. I would say go into your quiet place with yourself and just quiet down the noise of your thoughts in your mind and center yourself in a place of peace and calmness, and then focus on righteousness and doing good things. And with you doing that action, you're summoning my Father, whether you know it or not, because he is righteousness and he is good. You heard? So for others who do have a relationship or trying to build a stronger relationship with the Father, that's how you do it. He exists in the stillness. You heard? He exists in the stillness, in the quietness, in the quiet place. So that's your safety, all right? Is to get into his bosom in the quiet, and then he'll instruct you. You have to get to a point where you can hear him through all the noise. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Keep coming back, children of the Most High. We about to get to some real teaching soon, all right? Praise the Most High. Back to some real teaching. We've been doing it, all right? May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shout out to Tracy Dawson in the building. Oh, that was earlier. I'm sorry. I'm looking at it. Well, still shout out to Tracy Dawson. All right, I was looking at an earlier chat. I got two chats over here. All right, from the House of the Most High to you all, thank you for joining us tonight. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Again, thank you again, Hakyama. Great job. And peace and blessings. We see y'all on the Friday live stream to the ministry. I'll see y'all tomorrow on the Bible study on Zoom. Anybody who want to join the Bible study, email me for the Zoom link, Uncle Yahshua, truthtv@yahoo.com, and you get the Zoom link for the Bible study. Peace and blessings, everybody worldwide. Peace and blessings.
He adds secures and hooks us tight, a gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Bible.